Chapter 1050. 5 Regional Mountain Range. 5 rays of light shone into the sky all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 distinct regions by the 5 colored lights. The purple-black light was the imitation of Southern Border's miasma regional wall created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains licorice regional wall. The red part came from Western Desert's Raging Flame regional wall. The dark blue was Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Sage regional wall. Rank 7 Chi Path Gu Immortal Chi Zai had died in the white gold region of the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, taking out Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was stuck in his forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining with silver light, but now it was dark and had no aura. This was Immortal Killer Move Dark Assassination. This move was extremely concealed. When activated, there was no aura of a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, no one could sense it. Once activated, the sword would be extremely fast, like a thunderbolt. The only flaw was that the attack range was small, it had to be within 100 steps of the user. This distance was too short. Compared to ordinary Immortal Killer moves that had an attack range of 100 li or even 1000 li, it could not compare. Thus, Fang Yuan took a risk and used Familiar Face to disguise himself, getting close to Chi Zai. The closer he was, the higher the chance of killing Chi Zai. Thus, Fang Yuan even purposely fought with Chi Zai and got injured by him, to dispel Chi Zai's suspicions. Chi Zai's death from this move was not in vain. Because what Fang Yuan used to deceive him was the famous Familiar Face. Even though it was not the original, it still used rank 8 Attitude Gu as the core. This Gu was activated. It directly affected people's hearts, allowing them to sense Fang Yuan's attitude. It was hard to raise suspicions. Even though Chi Zai was vigilant, it was hard to find a flaw in him. But according to Fang Yuan's shrewdness, from the previous fight, he could see Chi He's weakness. Using Chi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with rank 6 cultivation level. This battle result was impressive. If it was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they would want to know about it. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan only heaved a sigh of relief. He did not feel proud at all. After rebirth, he had experienced many things. He had seen spectral soul resist the Grand Tribulation. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was a small matter in his eyes. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit, I wouldn't have taken the risk to assassinate you. Fine, let me see why you want to kill me to the end. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, pulling Chi Zai's soul out of his corpse. Chi Zai cultivated Chi Path, hence his soul. It was just an ordinary Gu Immortal's soul, there was nothing special. His life lamp was extinguished, he was not some shadow sect, even though his soul was indignant and angry. He struggled with all his might, but he could only allow Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Fang Yuan first checked the soul to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. He was stuffed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms landed in the Immortal Aperture. They swarmed towards Chi Zai's soul. Soul Search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he continued to use Familiar Face. It gradually turned into Chi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that there was still a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Chi He, outside. Killing her was definitely easier than killing Chi Zai, but to make things easier and to be safe, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method and assassinate Chi He as well. His Familiar Face was not the original version, it lacked change form Immortal Gu, he used thousands of mortal supplementary Gu to replace it. Thus, changing his appearance was not instantaneous, he spent a lot of effort. After he successfully transformed into Chi Zai's appearance, he stored Chi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Chi He, she was already dead. The one who killed Chi He was none other than the desolate beast Chi Grand Lion she was riding on. This Qi Grand Lion was originally controlled and enslaved by Qi Zai. But with Qi Zai's death, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was spurred on by Qi Zai, it was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated other paths, she might have had a chance to live. But she was a Qi Path Gu Immortal, she had Qi Path Dao marks on her body, her aura was overflowing. To the Qi Grand Lion, she was an extremely tempting meal. But the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, after it left its control, it retaliated. Qi He had just advanced, how could she be the Qi Grand Lion's match? After a few rounds, she was killed and swallowed by the Qi Grand Lion. It was a pity that she cultivated bitterly and became an immortal, but before she could enjoy the glory of the Gu immortal world, she died in the mouth of a desolate beast. Fang Yuan caught up to the Qi Grand Lion and used Flying Sword Immortal Gu, piercing its head in a few moves. The silver Flying Sword Immortal Gu rampaged in the Qi Grand Lion's mind. The Qi Grand Lion fell to the ground from the sky in pain, it let out a pitiful cry before it stopped struggling and died. Such an achievement finally gave Fang Yuan some comfort in his heart. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or Qi Grand Lions, Flying Sword Immortal Gu would be able to deal huge damage to them if it hit their vital parts. It was not like the desolate beast mud monster. This opponent had no weaknesses, it made Fang Yuan feel quite stifled earlier. Other than feeling gratified, Fang Yuan felt even more heartache. This rank 7 Immortal Gu expended too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure increased again. If he did not use Immortal Gu, he could use Mortal Killer moves to wear it down. However, this would take too long. To prevent any problems, Fang Yuan decided to end the battle quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and found Qi He's corpse. He looked through them, he wanted to find the crucial area below the stomach, that was where the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was. Qi He's old body had already been chewed into pieces by the Qi Grand Lion, it fell into its stomach and was broken down by its stomach acid. Fang Yuan looked around for a while, suddenly, his gaze shook as he picked out a piece. It was the same as Qi Zai's corpse. It was also placed into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. As mentioned earlier, after killing a Gu Immortal, there were two ways to use it. The first was to place the immortal aperture in the 5 regions. To form a blessed land or grotto heaven, then attack the blessed land or grotto heaven, and obtain the cultivation resources inside. The second was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, causing the immortal aperture to self-destruct, but the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind to benefit the victor. Fang Yuan was using the second method now. After this battle, the number of Qi Path Dao marks on me will increase greatly. It will definitely increase by a lot. From now on, if I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect will surpass other paths. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in Qi Path, my Qi Path attainment level is also ordinary. But the immortal aperture will benefit, the environment will gradually change, in the future, I will have a lot of benefits in terms of Qi Path cultivation resources. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, concealing his traces. While flying in the clouds, he summarized his gains from this battle. There was no need to think about Immortal Gu. Qi Zai's soul was a hidden fortune. He was still excavating it now. Fang Yuan could not estimate how many Qi Path Dao marks he could gain. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he gained, it could not compare to his other gain. This was only a discovery. But it truly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations, he was pleasantly surprised. He had many doubts and expectations. As it turned out, when he went deep into the 5 regional mountain range, he made a shocking discovery. His brand new body was not affected by the 5 boundary mountain range at all. According to common sense, Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Immortal, his southern border aura permeated everywhere, no matter which region of the 5 regional mountain range he entered, he would be affected. But after Fang Yuan entered, he could move freely without any obstruction. After discovering this, Fang Yuan was shocked before becoming overjoyed. A guess appeared in his mind uncontrollably. This 5 regional mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu to imitate the 5 regional walls. I can move freely here without any obstruction. Could it be that I can move freely through the 5 regional walls? Next, he thought of the pursuers behind him. He quickly showed an expression of being obstructed and having difficulty moving forward. Right now, Fang Yuan killed Qi Zai, and also dealt with the Qi Grand Lion and Qi He. Thinking about it, he felt that his guess was very likely. My brand new body is not an ordinary body, it has no parents, no roots, and no source. It was formed from a rank 9 immortal goo, sovereign immortal fetus. If I look at it as an immortal goo, it is easy to understand why it can move freely through regional walls. The 5 regional walls were for goo immortals, not immortal goo. Back then, when Feng Jioge went deep into northern plains to find the culprit of 88-point Jinyang Tower, when he sent his family letters, he used a rank 6 information path immortal goo to travel between northern plains and central continent's regional walls with ease. If this guess is true, why would I need to refine fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan flew rapidly towards the nearest regional wall. He was anxious to verify this guess in his mind. Firstly, he could not confirm that fixed immortal travel was really destroyed. But because it was specially set, the first immortal goo to self-destruct was fixed immortal travel, it was most likely to be destroyed. When Fang Yuan asked Denai Xiang about Wuxia, he wanted to confirm Wuxia's condition. Secondly, if he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel, he would need to move through the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Why? Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Feng Jioge died, the Celestial Court managed to take it down. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land had a lot of cultivation resources he could develop with peace of mind. But using jewel yellow skies to transport them was too costly. Finally, to refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Even though Fang Yuan had some clues, he knew in the depths of his heart that there was little hope. And what he was most worried about was his own calamity and tribulation. There were less than 2 months left until the first calamity and tribulation. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. His blessed land had such a deep foundation, and his aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme existences. The might of his calamity and tribulation would definitely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I will give up on fixed immortal travel. I will go to Langya Blessed Land and make ample preparations to deal with the calamity and tribulation there. In less than 2 months. He was no longer an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was extraordinary, the calamity and tribulation were like a sharp blade hanging above his head. Fang Yuan looked at the vast sea of clouds, a sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Chapter 1051. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Wuxia looked at the collapse in front of him, his expression extremely ugly. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the rank 7 variant human Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu immortals. Among them, Shirnu was naturally the strongest, He Lulan second, and Tai Bai Yunsheng third. Wuxia was still an immortal zombie, he only had a few borrowed immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu had not been retrieved yet, his current battle strength was the weakest. He Lulan had already been forced to surrender by Wuxia, breaking away from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan and becoming Wuxia's helper. Shirnu was the most loyal to Wuxia. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, although he did not know about it, he had never suspected Wuxia. He Lulan and Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, causing him to be kept in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yunsheng looked in front of him, asking in confusion. Shirnu replied, Earth Abyss is not calm, Earth strength surges from time to time, causing tremors. Tremors can sometimes cause super collapses, like what we are seeing now. He Lulan's gaze was peculiar, this kind of collapse is too terrifying. Shirnu nodded, Yes, every collapse in Earth abyss covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, causing millions, or even tens of millions of lives to die. After the collapse, millions of kilograms of soil and rocks would pile up, combining with the resentment, death aura, and blood essence of the dead. Countless desolate-level blood beasts, bone beasts, and even blood path and earth path immortal goo would be born. Master, what should we do next? Wuxia stared ahead. After a long while, he slowly let out a breath of turbid air. He felt gloomy, thinking, this route was secretly operated by Shadow Sect. It is the safest and most secretive route to leave Earth Abyss. I was just about to leave Earth Abyss. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Earth Abyss unexpectedly collapsed. And coincidentally, it happened here. It cut off our path forward. Hee. Wuxia sneered internally. This is Providence's doing. My main body is defying heaven and refining goo to resist Providence. Providence was severely depleted. But from the looks of it now, I'm afraid Providence has mostly recovered. I still have the spring and autumn cicada with me. There is a lot of Providence in it. Therefore, in Providence's perception, it is like a torch in the darkness. If my investigative skills weren't good enough and I didn't deliberately slow down, I'm afraid I'd be trapped in the landslide now. If they were greedy for the wild immortal goo that were about to form here and did not go, they might be discovered by other goo immortals who came to investigate. Maybe I used the goo formation earlier. The Celestial Court has long been suspicious of the commotion and has begun to search everywhere. Wuxia had received pointers from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's main body's will, so he had a deep understanding of Providence. Providence also had its limits and would be greatly depleted. But because its foundation was the 5 regions, Providence would not be completely destroyed, it could recover very quickly. Fang Yuan was still in the dark about Providence, he knew nothing about it, he could not compare to Wuxia. The reason why Providence is so hard to deal with is because of that bitch, star constellation. My body is quite ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel through the 5 regions. After that, I can gather the remnants of Shadow Sect and form a considerable force. After that, I can try to save my main body. Thinking of this, Wuxia naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Deep hatred surged in his heart again. Back when I designed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's recipe, my main body had considered the 5 regional walls. Thus, not only can Fang Yuan cross the 5 regional walls and ignore them, he can even freely change his aura and become a goo immortal of any region. But, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon and Providence cannot influence your thoughts, Providence can influence other existences. It can make arrangements to get rid of you. Also, in the future, every time you undergo tribulation, it will be the best chance for Providence to get rid of you. I hope you can hold on until I get rid of you. Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core. But the most important thing now was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in a dream realm. Everyone knew that when a soul is trapped in a dream realm, it would slowly erode and erode it. Thus, Wuxia did not have much time left. Compared to saving his main body, dealing with Fang Yuan was a small matter. Thus, the most important thing for Wuxia and the rest was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather the remaining forces, before returning to Southern Border to break the blockade of the Southern Border goo immortals around the giant dream realm and rescue Spectral Soul. Southern Border. Immortal goo sword escape activated. Whoosh. Fang Yuan's body was like a sharp sword, he pierced through the sky and left a long white cloud trail behind him. Just using sword escape immortal goo would not leave such an obvious cloud trail. The problem was, Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. His wounds were deep to the bone, dense cloud path Dao marks were condensed on them, white cloud chi was flowing out of them. Fang Yuan's expression was pale as paper, his brows were tightly furrowed. And behind him, 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. These immemorial cloud beasts were what caused Fang Yuan's injuries. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 flying sword immortal goo, he was helpless against these cloud beasts that were similar to mud monsters. It is said that back then, Bo Qing created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation. It used flying sword immortal goo as the core, turning 1 into 10,000, forming a rain of swords. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will definitely find a similar immortal killer move. I will not suffer like this again. Similar information had already appeared in Fang Yuan's mind countless times. As it turned out, after Fang Yuan discovered the secret of his new body, he decided to abandon his previous plan. He wanted to pass through the regional wall and return to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after, he fell into the attack range of a group of immemorial cloud beasts. Whether it was in southern border or the other 4 regions, this kind of cloud beast was rather rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were extinct. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of cloud beasts, and they were all ancient cloud beasts, each with rank 7 goo immortal battle strength. When ancient cloud beasts did not move, they were like floating clouds. They were hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan had been using investigative methods, he did not have the relevant immortal goo, he only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he entered the alert range of the ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he barely escaped, but the ancient cloud beasts did not intend to let Fang Yuan go. They chased after him relentlessly. In his vision, a purple-black color appeared in the mountain range. Southern border's miasma regional wall was already in sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. But his speed fell. He had stopped using sword escape immortal goo. The cost of using this immortal goo was too high. Right now, Fang Yuan had already used up all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save money, Fang Yuan could only activate sword escape immortal goo intermittently, maintaining a safe distance from the cloud beasts behind him. Without sword escape immortal goo's help, Fang Yuan used his mortal killer move. To speak the truth, this movement speed was very fast, but it could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. After a while, the ancient cloud beasts had already closed the distance. They were less than a li away from Fang Yuan. Seeing that the cloud beasts were getting closer, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use sword escape immortal goo again. Whoosh! His speed rose again. He quickly shook off the ancient cloud beasts. The purple-black miasma regional wall occupied most of his vision. Finally, Fang Yuan flew to southern border's regional wall. He entered it without hesitation. There was no obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall was just an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists excitedly, as expected. My guess was right. This sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly profound. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely in the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not just thinking about this. This can also help me in battle. The battle with Qi Zai earlier was a good example. From now on, I can lure goo immortal enemies into the regional wall and kill them. But his excitement only lasted for a short while. Soon, he frowned again. Because he found that the ancient cloud beasts behind him were also moving through the regional wall, they were still chasing him. His guess was verified. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. As expected, I am so unlucky. Southern border's cloud beasts are extinct. Even if they exist, they are only 1 or 2 desolate level cloud beasts. These ancient cloud beasts that move in groups only appear in white heaven and black heaven. Looks like these ancient cloud beasts are as white as snow. They flew down from the white sky for the sake of breeding the next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were mystical creatures of the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts of the 5 regions also originated from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a habit. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens and land in the 5 regions, using the clouds in the sky to store their cloud essence. The clouds that were stored by the cloud essence would not dissipate as long as they were not attacked by external forces. After hundreds of years, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The newly born cloud beasts were all desolate beast level. Once they attacked, they would follow their instincts and fly into the sky. After passing through the heavenly wind chi wall, they would return to their origin, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be blocked by the heavenly wind chi wall, they would be hunted by fierce beasts along the way, they would be harmed by all sorts of natural phenomena. Less than 1 in 100 cloud beasts could truly return to the immemorial 9 heavens. I am actually unlucky enough to meet a group of cloud beasts that are reproducing. This luck is really. Fang Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected my luck with many people with strong luck. Even if my body and soul are split in half, my luck should not be so bad. Could it be that obtaining the sovereign immortal fetus consumed a huge amount of luck, causing great fortune to befall misfortune? Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the miasma world wall. A group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fang Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. For the sake of their descendants, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to kill Fang Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Fang Yuan's injuries were not healed, the cloud beasts could continue chasing. And these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely in the 5 regions' regional walls. Chapter 1052. Normally speaking, southern border, central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert, these 5 regions' desolate beasts could not cross the regional walls and go to other regions. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts could match Gu immortals. They were the essence of a region, they could not leave the region they were raised in. The 5 regional walls were like shackles to them. In comparison, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, and mutated beasts had more freedom, they could enter and leave the regional walls. But the ancient cloud beasts chasing after Fang Yuan were not raised in southern border, they came from white heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The 5 regional walls did not discriminate between them, they treated all of them equally, there was no restriction or rejection. Or maybe it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens, they all covered the 5 regions. This characteristic was already known to everyone. Previously, when spectral soul defied heaven to refine Gu, celestial quartz Gu immortals could reach southern border so quickly because they used heaven overseeing tower to travel through white heaven. And before that, Fang Yuan Stargate Gu could use the starlight of immemorial black heaven as a guide to travel through the 5 regions. The essence of the two was the same as this group of ancient cloud beasts, they both used this characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Fang Yuan rapidly traveled through the regional walls. Fang Yuan could not manage the ancient cloud beasts behind him, he could only let them follow behind him. These cloud beasts were stubborn, they targeted Fang Yuan, they would not stop until they reached their goal. At this time, Fang Yuan could not help but think of the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would be able to get rid of these problems easily. Even if Fang Yuan was injured, there was a limit to how far the ancient cloud beasts could chase after Fang Yuan. Using fixed immortal travel, they could go beyond this limit. But Fang Yuan only had one movement immortal Gu, sword escape immortal Gu. Activating sword escape immortal Gu could increase the distance. But the price he had to pay was too high. Most importantly, Fang Yuan did not know the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range. If this distance was too high, even if Fang Yuan expended his entire fortune, it would not be enough to activate sword escape immortal Gu. Although the land spirit of Langia is simple and doesn't lie, he has always been scheming against me. When I was dealing with Chi Zai earlier, I was tricked by him. Lend me dark limit immortal Gu. But it cost me a lot. If I'm in a hurry to escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts, I'll be able to kill them. He might even take advantage of the situation. After all, Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The boundary wall in front of him suddenly turned dark blue. It turned out that Fang Yuan had already passed through southern border's miasma barrier and officially entered eastern sea's blue water barrier. There was nothing more to say. Fang Yuan continued to fly. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. There were no living beings residing in the boundary wall, nor were there any other dangers. Because the boundary walls of the 5 regions were the greatest obstacle. He flew for a while more. Fang Yuan turned around to look. The ancient cloud beasts were still chasing after him. The cloud beasts did not have a fixed shape. When they flew, they moved like moving clouds. They were white like snow and had beautiful postures. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were truly detestable. At this point, Fang Yuan's Langia sect contribution points were completely used up. He was starting to owe the land spirit of Langia Immortal Yuan stone. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, why would I end up like this? What's going on? While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Bright light erupted in his eyes. He was surprised to find that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was undergoing a mystical change. The aura of the southern border Gu Immortals was weakening, while the other aura belonged to the eastern sea Gu Immortals. But it continued to strengthen. If Fang Yuan used familiar face now, he would not be so surprised. But most importantly, he did not use this killer move now. Don't tell me, my brand new body can not only move freely through the 5 regional walls, it can also change aura and become a Gu Immortal of any region? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. The moment he flew out of the blue water regional wall, his southern border Gu Immortal aura vanished completely. He turned into an eastern sea Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mystical. I do not need familiar face to perfectly blend into the 5 regions now. I will not be rejected by the Gu Immortals of the region. But now, I'd better activate familiar face. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He sighed and activated familiar face, turning into an unfamiliar face. He had wanted to quietly pass through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now that there was a group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, his original plan failed. Being so ostentatious was not what Fang Yuan wanted, but he had no choice. However, this place is not far from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can take a detour and go to the turbulent flow sea area, using the terrain to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts. A thought suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Thanks to his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was very familiar with the terrain of the 5 regions. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose to be cautious. He gave up on this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. Once he got lost, he would not be able to control himself and get into trouble. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield where Gu Immortals fought to the death. After a bloody battle, many Gu Immortals died, leaving behind many inheritances and inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, as well as Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border Gu Immortals, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to explore and seek fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining huge fortuitous encounters from there. Instead, he often heard, a certain Gu Immortal went missing in the turbulent flow sea area. Or a certain Gu Immortal might disappear for months or years, but after escaping, they would reappear. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but because of the terrain, Gu Immortals were often trapped. They could not be free. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, drawing a straight line in the sky. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew towards the regional wall closest to Northern Plains. Sword Escape Immortal Gu activated, gradually getting rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He had already asked about Land Spirit of Langia a long time ago. He asked about the ancient cloud beasts, but Land Spirit of Langia did not know much. Fang Yuan sent dozens of wills to search the jewel yellow skies, trying to find the limit of the ancient cloud beasts' tracking range, but there was no good news. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only try and see if he could get rid of the ancient cloud beasts. He hardened his heart. Fang Yuan continued to use sword escape immortal goo. He did not stop for even a moment. Finally, he got rid of the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan stopped sword escape immortal goo, he used a mortal killer move and continued to fly. His speed fell. After paying such a price, it would be great if I could get rid of them. Fang Yuan was secretly worried. He could not see the ancient cloud beasts, but that did not mean he had gotten rid of them. These rank 7 goo immortal level existences often did not rely on sight to track them. It all depended on the limit of their tracking distance. Just as Fang Yuan was looking back with worry, a blood light suddenly flew from the southeast direction. The blood light tore through the sky. After sensing Fang Yuan, it slowed down for a moment before approaching Fang Yuan rapidly. It is a rank 6 blood path goo immortal. He seemed to have gone through an intense battle. Fang Yuan sensed the aura of the newcomer and frowned. Regardless of the person's intentions, Fang Yuan did not want to get into any more trouble. He had enough trouble already. He did not know if he had gotten rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. There were less than 2 months before the tribulation arrived. Thus, he immediately changed his direction, getting away from the blood light that was approaching him. The goo immortal in the blood light sensed Fang Yuan's intentions. He quickly shouted, "Wait! I found a supreme fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me escape this tribulation, I am willing to use blood oath immortal goo and share this supreme fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Supreme fortuitous encounter? People have really obtained benefits from it? Fang Yuan was surprised. At this time, several goo immortals appeared from behind the blood light. They were approaching with strong auras and imposing auras. They seemed to have heard the words that the blood path goo immortal shouted at Fang Yuan. They scolded him one after another. Blood path demon harms the world, everyone has the right to kill him. Anyone who colludes with this demon will be killed without mercy. Fellow immortal Fang, if you manage to stop this demon, my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. This demon was hit by my Lu Qingyu's immortal killer move, it definitely can't escape. Friend ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. At once, Fang Yuan was persuaded, warned, and scolded by these Eastern Sea goo immortals. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble, but his priority now was to get to Northern Plains Langya blessed land and deal with his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. Changing his direction, Fang Yuan directly retreated towards the blood path goo immortal. The blood path goo immortal was anxious. He had reached his limit. Fang Yuan was his only hope of survival. Once Fang Yuan retreated, he quickly changed his direction and moved towards Fang Yuan. "If you help me, I am willing to give this fortuitous encounter to you," he shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, someone among the Eastern Sea goo immortals laughed. "That's right. You know what's good for you, get lost." Someone else shouted, "Friend ahead, why don't you help us, we will reward you later." Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He only wanted to return to Langya blessed land quietly. Why did he encounter so many troublesome matters along the way? He did not want to get involved, but these troubles took the initiative to stick to him. "Friend, this is the crucial information of the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation level will rise rapidly, you will become an immortal above immortals." The blood path goo immortal threw an information path goo worm towards Fang Yuan, trying to entice him. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, "Get lost." With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew the goo worm apart. At the same time, his body suddenly flew into the sky. The blood path demonic cultivator could not plot against Fang Yuan. Seeing this, he felt despair. He suddenly shot out a mystical light towards Fang Yuan. "I have already handed the key to the inheritance to this person. If you want the fortuitous encounter, killing me is useless. The Blood Path demonic cultivator shouted as he turned around and retreated in the opposite direction. The mystical light was extremely fast, approaching Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not want to get involved in trouble. He shouted, "I have something to do, don't provoke me." Saying so, he activated Sword Escape and Sword Light, these two rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword Escape raised his speed, while Sword Light Immortal Goo directly slashed the mystical light, shattering it. Ah, 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Who is this person? Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan's aura was only that of a rank 6 Goo Immortal. Before he attacked, there was nothing special about him. Adding on the fact that he dodged twice, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals could not help but feel disdain towards him. However, when he suddenly made his move, everyone's hearts trembled. The Eastern Sea Immortals were shocked. They stopped in their tracks and sized up Fang Yuan again. They saw that Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was elegant and handsome, he had a unique aura. Right now, Fang Yuan's face was filled with anger, his killing intent was like ice, it was extremely stifling. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals had the advantage in numbers, but they were silent now. They turned their spears towards the Blood Path demonic immortal at the same time. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injury seemed to be acting up, his speed fell. After a few rounds, he was killed by the surrounding Goo Immortals. Looking at this, he was truly at the end of his rope. No wonder he did not hesitate to give up his fortuitous encounter to beg for a chance of survival from Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, the leader of the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, Lu Qingyu, had a change of expression as he said, "The insignia is not on him." Another rank 7 Goo Immortal reacted. He turned around and shouted at Fang Yuan, "Friend, please wait." Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. It had already changed the Immortal's impression of him. No one shouted like before. They looked at each other before flying together towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped in the air, smiling coldly. "Friend." The rank 7 Goo Immortal stopped. He was halfway through his words when he found it hard to speak. The insignia to activate the inheritance was extremely important, but it could not be found now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But if they wanted Fang Yuan to let them search his body, he would definitely not be willing. Not to mention, inspecting other people's immortal apertures was a taboo in itself. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Goo Immortal, it would not matter if he said this because he had the advantage in numbers. But now, Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo, and this was just what he had shown. "Zhou, what are you afraid of?" The 3rd rank 7 Goo Immortal waved his sleeves. He stepped forward. His face was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, "I am Eastern Sea's Tang Clan's Goo Immortal Tang Song, this matter will not end peacefully. However, I have a method. As long as you do as I say, you can prove your innocence." "Ha ha ha." Fang Yuan burst into laughter. "Prove my innocence? Why should I prove my innocence?" Amid the laughter, his fighting spirit overflowed. "It seems that everyone thinks that I'm a person who is afraid of battle." Fang Yuan's voice was low and unhurried. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals changed slightly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "It's laughable that you were deceived right in front of your faces, yet you didn't know. Lu Qingyu, you personally killed that Blood Path demonic immortal and clearly obtained the inheritance mark. Yet, you came to frame me. You are quite scheming." This. The immortal's auras faltered once more. Many people looked towards the rank 7 Goo immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Fang Yuan with anger in his eyes, but he thought to himself, "Amazing. This person has sharp words, he is a rank 6 Goo immortal. But he has 2 rank 7 immortal Goo. Who is he? Since when did Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world have such a person?" I don't even know about it. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, don't forget our agreement." What kind of person am I, Lu Qingyu? How can I deceive you all? Fang Yuan chuckled, "What agreement? I only know that no matter what information path alliance agreement it is, information path methods can be used to get rid of it. What kind of person is he? I only know that people change. In the face of great benefits, it is hard to judge a person's true nature." Fang Yuan's words were sharp. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals became even more hesitant. Lu Qingyu was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. "I clearly saw him throw the inheritance mark to you. Everyone else saw it too. I personally destroyed the mark." Fang Yuan quickly replied. He. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. "There are too many tricks in the world. Who knows if you used some method to secretly receive the mark?" Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a melancholic tone, "I have First Supreme Elder's mission. I did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, let's have a match." Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many Gu immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not alone, he has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. At once, the wariness in their hearts deepened. Especially the lone cultivators among them. They were loners and did not have much influence. They naturally did not want to offend a huge force. Wait. At this time, Tang Song stood up again. "I guarantee with Tang clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our inspection, as long as we find that the inheritance mark is not on you, we will definitely let you go, we will not stop you." Tang clan was an Eastern Sea super force. It was like one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Tang clan? Fang Yuan snickered. He raised his eyebrows as flying sword immortal Gu flew around him. "So what if it's amazing? Using Tang clan, do you think my clan is afraid of you?" In that case, let me test your Tang clan's methods." Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, attacking the rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to ignore him. He was caught off guard and was quickly attacked by Fang Yuan. He fell into a disadvantage. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals dispersed, watching from the sidelines. This person is not afraid of Tang clan. He definitely has a huge background. Even though Tang clan is an overlord in Eastern Sea, they are also at odds with Shen clan and Su clan. Is this person from those 2 clans? Since he chose Tang Song, it is a good thing. I will stay out of this matter. I will watch their methods patiently. Even if I attack later, I will be prepared. These Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not united. Earlier, they were united because they wanted to capture the blood path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan understood the hearts of people deeply. With his words and actions, he split the immortals apart unknowingly. He was also very particular about the opponents he chose. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, it would only make people think that he was bullying them with 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Gu immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces. Super forces were also wary of lone immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the super force behind him, Tang clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu was really sharp. Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu head-on, he could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal was actually being suppressed by a Rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim. He thought, to redeem my face, I have to use that immortal killer move. As long as I capture this rank 6 Gu immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. He could only focus and activate the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Next, he slowly formed the killer move. This flying sword immortal Gu is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is very useful against Gu immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, sword immortal Bo Qing swept through central continent. He was known as the number 1 person under rank 9, this can be seen from this flying sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand. But he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu immortal, his foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use dark assassination now. Because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times, Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination, it needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Mortal Gu to activate Dark Assassination. Immortal Gu are rare, if only I had a few more Immortal Gu. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something, his movements slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust, instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts, oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts, why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts, they were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan, seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed, the immortal killer move that he was preparing in his immortal aperture sped up, a third of it was activated in a short period of time. Soon. After I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Humph! These ancient cloud beasts were lured down by me when I came to White Heaven. I cooperated with the clan's supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and hunt them down. You obstructed me and ruined my clan's plans, I will settle the score with you one by one. If you want to die now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song and flew into the sky. The immortals were shocked, but soon, they understood. Fang Yuan's injuries were clearly caused by the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. All of this seemed to prove Fang Yuan's words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare, this large group of ancient cloud beasts were most likely from White Heaven. Chapter 1054. To chase or not to chase? The Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Don't think of leaving. He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, insatiable scoundrel. Don't think I am afraid of you, if not for my mission, I would kill you right here. Tang Song heard this and became even more furious, bullshit. He was about to activate his immortal killer move, he was about to regain his face, but at this time, Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran away. Tang Song did not want to let this go, he chased relentlessly. His actions attracted the Eastern Sea Gu immortals who were lost. They also chased after him. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted on the surface, "Those who are not afraid of death, come over, ha ha." Tang Song shouted, "Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Chase, the inheritance imprint is in his hands, we cannot let him meet up with the other Gu immortals. Only by capturing this person can we have a chance to split the great expert's inheritance." With such huge benefits in front of them, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals flew even faster. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid." He suddenly pointed behind him as flying sword immortal Gu shot out like lightning towards Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked, he quickly dodged. With this distraction, the immortal killer move that was about to be activated was immediately destroyed. He would need to start again if he wanted to use it. Tang Song was so angry he wanted to stomp his feet. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu passed him, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance. He tried to sow discord. "Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is clearly in your hands, but you came to kill me." Good acting. Lu Qingyu was furious. "Don't run if you have guts. Against you, why would I need to run? I would be throwing away our clan's reputation." Fang Yuan shouted. "Chase me if you have guts, I want to see who will be the unluckier one." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was fearless, he was still so arrogant despite being chased by a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals felt even more hesitant. Not to mention, who had the inheritance mark? Fang Yuan's previous words were very credible. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's reinforcements were just ahead. Moreover, they had to hunt such a large group of ancient cloud beasts. It was likely that he had already set up an immortal battlefield killer move or even mobilized an immortal Gu house. If I fall into an immortal battlefield killer move, it will be difficult. Tang Song was a member of the super force Tang clan. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were mostly lone cultivators. These loose immortals weren't doing too well either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be heading to the turbulent current sea in search of fortuitous encounters. After all, a Gu immortal's time was very precious. First, a Gu immortal fell to the back of the group, before gradually breaking away from the group. Soon after, more and more Gu immortals followed suit. Gu immortals were not stupid, they were astute. The lagging Gu immortals were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were also afraid of falling into an immortal battlefield killer move. He couldn't get away. Thus, they were planning to let the Gu immortals in front lead the way. These guys won't be able to accomplish anything. Lu Qingyu, who was closest to Fang Yuan, sensed this situation. He cursed internally. His movements also showed some hesitation. He was a lone cultivator. He had an immortal opportunity in his early years, but even though he had immortal Gu, they were all rank 6. If he faced an immortal battlefield killer move from a super clan, it would not be easy to escape. Even Tang Song had some reservations. He had to reserve some strength and attention to deal with the enemy's reinforcements. Thus, a strange scene of a chase was formed. Fang Yuan flew ahead, cursing and shouting at times. He was at a disadvantage but had an arrogant attitude. And the large group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him had the advantage in numbers, but they were holding back. They were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Fang Yuan spent most of his time flying with mortal killer moves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him also used mortal killer moves to chase after him. Fang Yuan was not as confident and calm as he looked, so troublesome. In this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the terrain to shake off these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan engraved this name in his mind. He had not received any inheritance imprints. He might have destroyed them, but it was also possible that the Blood Path demonic immortal had used a concealment method earlier. The true inheritance imprint was already in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, this Lu Qingyu's acting skills could match Fang Yuan's. He was an extremely shrewd opponent. In the sky above the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals moved like lightning. They tore through the sky with great momentum. The immortal killer move that Tang Song had been preparing could be used now. He restrained his excitement as he sped up, passing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This strange action immediately aroused Fang Yuan's vigilance. He quickly activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased as he left Tang Song behind. Damn it! Tang Song cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move was more powerful the closer it was to him. Right now, with the distance between him and Fang Yuan, he could not capture him alive. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased. The Gu immortals behind him could not help but complain. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were fine. They could use rank 6 immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to maintain their distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world. They did not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting further away, rank 7 Gu immortal Zhou Li said anxiously, "I have a method that can bring the two of you along. It has great speed. But I am too focused, I cannot split my attention. I hope you two can restrain him." Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other. They nodded in agreement. Tang Song's reply was the most straightforward. These people had already reached an agreement and made an alliance, so there was a foundation of trust between them. Zhou Li let out a long roar. Suddenly, countless illusory waves surged around him. The illusory waves carried him and increased his speed. Immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They took the initiative to step into the illusory waves, allowing the waves beneath their feet to carry them forward. The two had some free time. They started to attack. Fang Yuan fell into a dangerous situation. Earlier, in the process of escaping, the Gu immortals behind them had also attacked. But firstly, Fang Yuan often used offensive immortal Gu to interfere, and secondly, he was agile and slippery. The Gu immortals behind them did not succeed. But now, the situation was different. The two Gu immortals could use more exquisite methods. They were more threatening. Fang Yuan's pressure rose. A moment later, he was injured. Good job, this person only has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, his other methods are just mortal killer moves. The rest are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was already injured, it was likely caused by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 immortal Gu, he is still a rank 6 Gu immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he have? Tang Song said. Even he laughed. As long as this situation continued, they would definitely win. Their only worry was the non-existent clan force behind Fang Yuan and the ambush. Thus, they held back and did not kill him. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. If he allowed the situation to continue like this, he would probably die today. Gu immortals were full of intelligence and intelligence. They were much harder to deal with than the dumb ancient cloud beasts. If they fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not the ancient cloud beasts' match. But the threat they posed to Fang Yuan was much greater than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never hoped for these two to fight. They would interfere with each other. The Gu immortals were not stupid, they had to consider the benefits before killing a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. In that case, I can only use the 5 regional walls. Even if I am exposed, there is no other way. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, flying towards the nearest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him followed. There were also those ancient cloud beasts. Soon, the regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The regional wall was like a fence, enclosing the whole of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan came out of the regional wall. He was very close to the other regional walls. But back then, he wanted to fly in a straight line for a short distance. If he followed the regional wall closely, he would have to take a long detour. But who could have expected that a disaster would befall him while he was traveling? Oh no, he wants to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu saw through Fang Yuan's intention, he shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu immortals, we will be more restricted than him when we enter the regional wall. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack, don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks were different. They attacked fiercely, Fang Yuan could not block them, his injuries became more severe, some wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. He. But he laughed, you really dared to attack, very good, Tang clan. If I die and ruin the clan's plan, my clan will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook, you say you are from the clan, you are just trying to hide it. I am familiar with Eastern Sea's righteous path forces, how come I have never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again, he said with hatred, Tang Song, why are you trying to provoke me? I will not fall for your trick. My clan is doing this secretly, we are worried that others will ruin it, so we sent me to attack. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my origin. I will even self-detonate my soul, you will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made the three Gu immortals' hearts sink. What kind of enemy was the scariest? There were many different opinions on the answer to this question. But a large portion of people felt that enemies hiding in the dark were the scariest. The enemy was in the dark while you were out in the open, you did not know where the enemy was or what they would do to deal with you. This was what the three rank 7 Gu immortals were worried about. From start to finish, they did not suspect Fang Yuan's lies. Because ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would he be chased by such a large group of ancient cloud beasts for no reason? There had to be a scheme. Since there was a scheme, the schemer must have the confidence and strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. In Eastern Sea, what kind of organization could take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, it could only be a super force like Song clan. Fang Yuan's words finally caused the three rank 7 Gu immortals to slow down, he had precious time to breathe. Chapter 1055. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu surged forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Even though the waves were phantom, he felt like he was facing a huge tsunami, he was helpless, he was like an ant about to be devoured by the waves. Such a powerful immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu immortals are not easy to fool. In the face of danger, these two thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves, the three immortals stopped. It is done. Zhou Li chuckled, his eyes shining with confidence. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other, they had already guessed Zhou Li's plan, they could not help but look at him in a different light. It turned out that Zhou Li had been secretly collecting information on Fang Yuan, he gradually understood Fang Yuan's background, he knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and what methods he had to use to restrain Fang Yuan's strengths. On the surface, he was helping them fly, but he was using the chance when they were holding back Fang Yuan to create phantom waves below him. As they chased, these phantom waves grew in size, they gradually formed a large force. At this moment, Zhou Li made his move. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was like a tsunami, heaven and earth were turned upside down. With a large force, it was faster than sword escape immortal Gu, it could not be dodged or blocked. Fang Yuan had rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu, but against the phantom waves, it was like dealing with the mud monsters and cloud beasts, it was not effective. He still had sword escape immortal Gu, but the phantom waves were coming at him. They had already surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's space to dodge would only become smaller, sword escape immortal Gu could not escape the phantom waves' encirclement, it would not be effective. To think that this Zhou Li is so weak on the surface, but he has such a plan. I was yelling at him earlier, but he did not say anything. He actually didn't say anything. This person is even more shrewd than I am. Lu Qingyu was fearful of Zhou Li. Tang Song's expression was ugly. He had prepared his immortal killer move to regain his face, but he did not have a chance. In the end, Zhou Li gained the upper hand. Forget about rank 6 Gu immortals, they could reach rank 7. Which one of them was simple? Zhou Li made his move. Fang Yuan was like a turtle in a jar. The outcome has been decided. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals had the same thought. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, fellow immortals, why are you so unwise? He actually rushed over to throw his life away. In my opinion, those rank 6 Gu immortals are much smarter than you. The 3 immortals looked over, only to see Fang Yuan standing there with his hands behind his back. He hovered in the air, calm and unruffled. The 3 immortals shuddered and cried out in their hearts, not good. He has nothing to fear. Could it be that this is the place for the ambush? Fang Yuan asked again, what is the name of this move? It is actually a continuous transformation move, but, can it break our clan's immortal battlefield killer move? I don't think there's much hope. Clearly, these illusory waves possessed outstanding offensive power that could take his life, but Fang Yuan actually turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't facing fatal danger. It was like a warm spring breeze. He even dispelled the defensive killer move lion fur armor on his body in front of the 3 immortals. Oh no! This move of mine expended almost all of my immortal goo. It has strong offense but weak defense, once the enemy attacks. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. He had no time to think, he subconsciously moved the illusory waves back to defend himself. Raging waves. Originally, there were many afterimages. It was a sure kill move, but Zhou Li moved most of them back. Only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. There was a weakness that Fang Yuan took advantage of. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo as he flew into the sky, passing through the gap and entering the blue water regional wall in a flash of lightning. The 3 immortals were stunned before flying into a rage out of embarrassment. This lad is so crafty, he is actually bluffing. He was already at the end of his rope earlier, but he concealed it so well. Let's chase. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They chased after Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned green and white. He was dazed for a moment before slapping himself before continuing to chase. But the good situation earlier was ruined by him. What chance would there be now? Fang Yuan narrowly escaped death. After entering the regional wall, he went deeper into the regional wall. The 3 immortals complained incessantly. The advantage of cultivation level had become a hindrance here. At this moment, the 3 immortals wished they could become rank 6 Gu immortals. The deeper they went into the regional wall, the stronger the suction force they felt. Their speed fell sharply. Without a choice, the 3 immortals could only place their hopes on the rank 6 Gu immortals who were chasing after them. But these rank 6 Gu immortals were also greatly affected. Compared to Fang Yuan, who was unobstructed and could move freely, the difference was too great. Soon, the Gu immortals were getting further away from Fang Yuan. What cultivation level is this person? He is actually so little affected in the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were puzzled. But they did not know that this was the result of Fang Yuan purposely restraining himself. Fang Yuan did not want to expose this secret. He purposely lowered his speed and acted like he was having a hard time, to make people suspicious. Although they could not catch up to Fang Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not willing to give up. I don't believe he is really hiding here and not coming out. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal. He will expend a lot of immortal essence to fly here. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu immortals foundation can match a grand rank 7 like us. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling, the truth was cruel. Fang Yuan was getting further and further away from them. Even the ancient cloud beasts behind him were catching up. After some chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals could only watch bitterly as the ancient cloud beasts overtook them and chased after Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. the 5 regional walls had no effect on them. Gradually, Fang Yuan left the range of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They could only chase after the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts were getting closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. His speed rose as he left. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals chased for a while. Finally, someone could not endure it and gave up, escaping from the regional wall. So unlucky. We actually met such a person. Who is this person? We have no idea. Whether or not he has a super force supporting him is still a question mark. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed. They felt that there was little hope. Only Lu Qingyu did not say a word. He continued to chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is nowhere to be seen. This matter has become troublesome. Let's go out first. Let's discuss this. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods. I specialize in tracking. If I don't catch him, I will not rest. Wait a moment, I will try again. I will be right back. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow. His speed rose by a large margin. He chased after the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at this light, saying in surprise, it seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move required the Dao marks on his body to be used. It has a high price. It is his trump card. He rarely uses it. In the past, he had used it to escape from many strong enemies. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was stunned. His expression also turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, seeing the anger in each other's eyes. This Lu Qingyu was probably not chasing after Fang Yuan. He had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint. He was using this to escape from them. After all, everyone had seen Fang Yuan destroy the inheritance imprint of the Blood Path demonic immortal. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, wait. This scoundrel is crafty. He might have a helper. We will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard this. He ran even faster. He did not even turn around, as if he did not hear anything. Tang Song and Zhou Li were even more certain of their deductions. Their expressions turned darker. They swore to themselves that they would not rest until they caught up to Lu Qingyu. Half a month later, a figure passed through the green licorice regional wall, entering Northern Plains. I'm finally in Northern Plains. The person was Fang Yuan. He had an exhausted expression. His body was covered in injuries. If he could heal himself, he would have already healed. But most of his injuries were caused by ancient cloud beasts, immortal Gu, or even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks. He needed healing immortal Gu to heal them. Fang Yuan only had 3 immortal Gu. He could only stall for time. Land Spirit of Langya should have healing immortal Gu. As long as I return to Langya blessed land, I will be able to recover. Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged himself. Earlier, when he fought with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, these last days, to get away from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu many times. Right now, he already owed a huge debt to Land Spirit of Langya. The crucial thing was the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Because of their pursuit, Fang Yuan had to travel through the regional wall. This way, he took a long detour. He had to expend a lot of immortal essence. But this was not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. Time was getting shorter. Fang Yuan's bad premonition was getting stronger. Turning around to look, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already faintly discernible in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know its exact location. Previously, Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land was moved from Crescent Lake. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya, land spirit of Langya did not tell Feng Yuan the exact location of Langya blessed land, he only gave him a direction and said that a Gu immortal would come to receive him. 3 days later, Feng Yuan arrived at the receiving location, but he did not see anyone. The ancient cloud beasts chased after him, he could only escape again. After contacting the land spirit of Langya, he learned that the land spirit of Langya had sent a hairy man Gu immortal, but he encountered a human Gu immortal and was killed on the spot. The land spirit of Langya could only send more people to receive him, but an accident occurred again. This hairy man Gu immortal had mysteriously disappeared, he could not be contacted no matter what. In order to receive Feng Yuan, Langya sect actually lost 2 hairy man Gu immortals, they could not even bring Feng Yuan back. The land spirit of Langya's heart was bleeding, he could not bear such a loss, he directly told the location to Feng Yuan. 7 days later, Feng Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At the bottom of Feng Bo Cliff, he found the arrangement of the land spirit of Langya. This was an immortal Gu formation, its effect was similar to Zombie Alliance's Green Crystal Hero's path. Feng Yuan used this to truly escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts, he returned to Langya blessed land. After so many setbacks, he was finally safe. Chapter 1056. Langya blessed land, Black Hair Continent. Whoosh. Steel Thread City was the most majestic city in Black Hair Continent. Just in the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the countless villages and towns that spread out from the periphery of the city. Langya blessed land could be said to be the largest hairy man paradise in the world, it was a paradise. There were 4 continents in the blessed land. 3 of them were on the sea, they were about the same size. The last one was the smallest, but it floated in the sky, it was called Cloud Cover Continent, it was the holy land that hairy men yearned for the most. Steel Thread City's trading market was bustling with noise, it was one of the most famous trading places in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this trading market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked up the platform. Below the platform, there was a circle of hairy men, they were all muscular and covered in hair. These hairy men's hair was mainly black and brown. This was the main hair color of hairy men in Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man had just walked up the platform when the hairy men below started to clamor. One of them asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what good stuff did you bring this time?" The hairy man called Kong Ba was a slave merchant, he specialized in selling slaves, his business was not small and he had a certain reputation. Kong Ba heard this and laughed, he looked at everyone, "Don't worry everyone, I brought many yellow hair slaves this time, there are even some quasi-master Gu refinement experts among them, I am sure you will be satisfied." The surrounding hairy men's eyes shined, they started to discuss again. Ever since Cloud Cover Continent's Immortal issued a decree. Every 10 years, they will choose immortal seeds. After imparting the path of immortal ascension, our 3 continents started to fight. And how do we choose immortal seeds? We will see who can enter the immortals' discerning eyes in the war between the 3 continents. This time, our Black Hair Continent and White Hair Continent joined hands to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured many yellow hair slaves. An old man like me has no hope of becoming an immortal, but I want to take these yellow hair slaves and add labor to my Gu refinement workshop. These slaves are much better than hiring those Gu masters. Not only are they cheap, we can even control their life and death, their descendants will be our slaves. Everyone, everyone. The hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surrounding discussions to subside, we don't dare to waste everyone's time. Next, we will bring out the first slave to let everyone broaden their horizons. Someone came. Bring him up. Go. Behind the high platform, a black hairy man with a strong physique fiercely pulled the chain in his hand. At the end of the chain, there was a man covered in scars. A slave whose flesh had been torn apart. It was Fengzheng, who had been tortured. Fengzheng was no match for the black hairy man's strength, he was pulled by the chains and almost fell to the ground. But when he stood still, he stared at the black hairy man in front of him with a determined and stubborn expression. "Pa!" The black hairy man raised his whip. He slapped Fangzheng's face hard. Fangzheng felt his face go numb as if he was struck by lightning. Then, an incomparably intense pain assaulted his heart. But he gritted his teeth, forcefully swallowing the screams that rose to his throat. "You are asking for a beating, leave." The black hairy man laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fangzheng's thigh, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Next, the black hairy man walked up the stairs and walked to the center of the high platform, throwing Fangzheng onto the platform. Fangzheng's neck was grabbed, he could not breathe, he was already feeling dizzy. He was thrown onto the sturdy platform again, he almost fainted on the spot. His vision was blurry, he felt dizzy, he sprawled on the platform, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot!" Kang Ba scolded. The black hairy man who escorted Fangzheng up did not dare to provoke him, he quickly apologized. "Scram!" Kang Ba shouted coldly. The black hairy man quickly flew down the platform. Kang Ba's expression changed as he wiped away the anger on his face, changing it into a smile. He pointed at Fangzheng and introduced him to the hairy men below the stage. "This slave is a rare commodity. It wasn't easy for me, Kang Ba, to find him." These words attracted the audience's interest to a large extent. This slave's cultivation level is not weak, he actually has rank 5 cultivation level. Soon, someone sensed the weak Gu master aura on Fangzheng and exclaimed, "Which city lord of Yellow Hair Continent is this?" He was actually captured and almost all of his hair was shaved off, humiliating him like this? Soon, someone asked curiously. In this sea of black hair continent, yellow hair continent, and white hair continent, the city lords had the highest authority, they usually had rank 5 cultivation level. And in the customs of hairy men, they were proud to have hair all over their body. Being shaved off was the most humiliating punishment for hairy men. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was crueler than death. For example, it was like in Earth's Chinese history, male prisoners were castrated. Kang Ba laughed, "Everyone is wrong, this slave is not a hairy man, he is the purest human." "What? Human? He is a human." In Langya Blessed Land, hairy men were the majority, there were very few other races. Many of the hairy men present could not help but exclaim in surprise, this was the first time they had seen a legendary human. Fangzheng had already recovered, he felt extremely uncomfortable being sized up by these hairy men. "Get up, stand properly." Kang Ba hooked his finger. Fangzheng's body was restrained by a formless force, he was brought to stand on the platform. The hairy men below the platform could see it clearly, they whispered to each other, praising Fangzheng. Kang Ba smiled, he was very satisfied. He paid a huge price to buy this Fangzheng, it was to create a commotion. Now, it seemed that he had achieved his goal. The hairy men below the platform continued to discuss, their voices were getting louder and louder. It was also getting noisier. "Look, there are human slaves being sold there. Is that so? I want to take a look." "Go. Let's take a look." More and more hairy men noticed this place. They gathered from all directions of the market. Fangzheng stood on the platform, looking at the sea of hairy men below, he opened his eyes wide. There were so many of these hairy men, this was the first time Fangzheng had seen them. He had seen hairy men in Crane Gate, they were slaves refining goo for Crane Gate. He knew the situation of the 5 regions, humans were the absolute rulers, variant humans were suppressed badly. They were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, humans were very weak. Where is this place? The suspicions in Fangzheng's heart became deeper. He remembered that he was tortured, and from the jailer, he learned that his brother had died, and who Immortal Blessed Land was destroyed. At first, he did not believe it, but as he was tortured and tortured, he became skeptical. But now, he saw this scene. The suspicions in his heart deepened. "Kong Ba, how much are you selling this slave for?" Someone shouted. "Ha ha ha, this price." Kong Ba raised his two hands, spreading his fingers. The crowd went into an uproar. Many people shouted, "So expensive. Kong Ba, you are robbing us. You really want money, you are going crazy. Everyone. Gentlemen." Kong Ba raised his voice and shouted. "This is a rank 5 Gu master, after becoming your slave. He will become a rank 5 fighter. You might not encounter such an opportunity again in your life." But there were astute hairy men below the platform. "A rank 5 Gu master, it will not be easy to make him a slave." "That's right, to enslave such a strong person, one's cultivation must be at least rank 4, right? Also, this slave has clearly been tortured, he might be half dead already. He won't die the moment we buy him, right?" Kong Ba pretended to be angry. "What do you think I, Kong Ba, am doing? I, Kong Ba, value sincerity the most when doing business. Look at him, take a good look." With that said, Kong Ba walked in front of Fangjing and pinched his chin. Fangjing felt intense pain, he opened his mouth, showing his teeth and lips. "Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin and flesh." Kangba stretched out his hand and tore off Fangjing's tattered clothes. Fangjing's body shook, he was completely naked, exposed in front of the hairy men. "Although he is injured, these are all flesh wounds, they can be healed. I, Kong Ba, can guarantee it will not be a problem." Fangjing gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, intense anger and shame filled his heart, he wanted to kill all these hairy men. Kong Ba chuckled, holding a tree branch, he picked up the thing between Fangjing's legs. "Everyone, take a look, this thing has complete functions. In the future, it can give birth to human descendants for you, there will be an endless supply of slaves." "Ha ha ha," the hairy men laughed. Fangjing's face was red, he was extremely embarrassed and angry, if not for Kong Ba's strength restraining him, he would have already committed suicide. If not for Kong Ba's strength restraining him, he would have definitely committed suicide. "I will buy this slave." Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw a female hairy man, she was covered in black hair, looking at Fangjing with a lustful gaze. "Greetings to Lord City Lord." The hairy men knelt down, even Kong Ba was no exception. "Ha ha ha." The female city lord with two muscular hairy men raised her head and laughed, ordering, "Kong Ba, heal this slave, then wash him clean and send him to my city lord manor, I want to see him tonight." "Understood, beautiful and powerful city lord." Kong Ba was overjoyed, he kowtowed and accepted the order. Fangjing closed his eyes, his heart was dead. At this moment, with a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. A 5-colored light shot up from cloud-covered continent, illuminating the entire Langya-blessed land. What happened on cloud-covered continent? Heavens, this is the light of an immortal, this is a very auspicious sign. The hairy men's attention was attracted by this change in heaven and earth, they looked up, their eyes were filled with curiosity, worship, envy. As for Fangjing, he was already thrown to the back of their minds. Chapter 1057. On this day, cloud-covered continent suddenly emitted a dazzling light that soared to the sky. The dazzling light was of all colors, it was like a heavenly pillar that soared to the 9 heavens. It was so dazzling that the hairy men of black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents only needed to raise their heads to see it. "This is the immortal world." The hairy men sighed. If it was in the past, news about Gu immortals in the 3 continents would only be groundless legends. But after the land spirit of Langya changed his personality, this situation underwent an earth-shattering change. The land spirit of Langya personally issued an immortal decree, imitating the imperial court contest, inciting a war between the 3 continents and selecting elite seeds to bring to Cloud Cover continent to cultivate. The war between the 3 continents affected all the hairy men, and now, the immortal world on Cloud Cover continent aroused the passion of the hairy men again. Becoming an immortal. Black Hair Emperor gazed at the sky, his eyes shining with bright light that people could not look at directly. As the bright light faded, Black Hair Emperor suddenly made up his mind, "Men, pass down my decree. The immortal world is an extremely auspicious omen. My country is holding a special martial competition in remembrance of it. I will open the treasury to the winners of the martial competition and let them choose their treasures." Yes. The guard immediately bowed and retreated. Black Hair Emperor's idea was not a sudden one, he had been thinking about it for a long time. The war between the 3 continents made Black Hair Emperor realize that he needed to abandon his narrow thinking of Gu refinement as the #1 priority. For the future war, he urgently needed powerful elites and Gu masters who were proficient in fighting. Black Hair Emperor gave the order. A huge storm quickly radiated from Royal City in all directions. The influence was getting greater. In a flash, half a month later. In Steel Thread City. An esteemed guest was welcomed by Steel Thread City Lord. This esteemed guest was personally received by the Steel Thread City Lord because he was also a city lord. "Huafeng City Lord, what matter do you have for coming here?" In the welcoming banquet, after 3 rounds of wine, Steel Thread City Lord asked. "City Mistress Steel Thread, you're an understanding person. You already know why I'm here." City Lord Huafeng smiled. He pointed at the hairy man Gu Master standing behind him. "Lord King is holding a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. We only have 2 cities in this area. Right now, these Gu Masters behind me are the candidates I am sending to the competition. However, the number of people given by the king is limited. Let's have a few matches first and decide who will participate in the martial arts tournament." Ha ha ha. Very good, that's what I was thinking too. The Steel Thread City Master laughed and clapped her hands. He summoned the hairy man Gu immortals behind the scenes. Both sides sent 1 person to the arena, and the fight began. After a few rounds, Huafeng City won every battle. Steel Thread City, on the other hand, did not win a single match. Huafeng City Lord smiled and drank leisurely. Steel Thread City Lord's face was as dark as still water. His heart was heavy, to think that City Lord Huafeng came prepared. The Gu Masters he chose are all elites. Oh no! If we do not win at all, the result of this battle will be widely spread. In the next few years, Huafeng City is going to suppress our Steel Thread City. Only the last match is left. City Lord Steel Thread, please deploy your troops. City Lord Huafeng raised his voice. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly, placing her gaze on the final hairy man. But this hairy man Gu Master was sweating profusely. In this situation, he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. But precisely because of this, he felt his confidence weakening. Not only was he lacking confidence, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City who were at the banquet were also lacking confidence. At this time, an elder of the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord, "City Lord, I have a candidate who can help us regain our reputation." Steel Thread City Lord was overjoyed. She quickly asked. This elder replied, "City Lord, have you forgotten that you recently took in a human slave? He has rank 5 cultivation level." Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. She had a bitter expression as she transmitted, "This is not appropriate. My confrontation with City Lord Huafeng is perfectly justified and fair. If I send this human slave, not only will he lose, even if he wins, I will send him up to participate in the martial competition. If the Emperor sees that my Steel Thread City is sending a human instead of any hairy man, won't he blame me?" The elder smiled. He knew that this was Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. It was just that Steel Thread City Lord was reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan, ever since he was bought by the City Lord, he had been visited by Steel Thread City Lord almost every night. This situation had already caused dissatisfaction among many higher-ups. Elder Yun continued, Lord City Lord, don't worry. The current emperor is magnanimous and only cares about talent. He has many snowmen and feathermen among the assisting elders. If you send Fong Yuan to fight, if he loses, he will take responsibility. If he wins, our city's reputation will be preserved. If we send him up, the emperor will definitely look at you in a different light, he might even treat you as a close friend. The Steel Thread City mistress looked at this elder meaningfully and muttered in her heart, this old bastard is really scheming. Isn't it because I've been neglecting the nephew you sent to me recently? You actually came up with such a vicious plan. If I win, I will send Fong Yuan up. If I lose, I will kill Fong Yuan and push the responsibility to him. Whether I win or lose, I will lose Fong Yuan. Sigh, forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed internally, how can I be a fool who will abandon my career for a beauty? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fangzheng every night and was infatuated with him, she was a cold-hearted hairy man with a strong sense of authority. In her heart, mere beauty was nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord temporarily replaced the hairy man and called Fangzheng over to instruct him. After learning the reason, Fangzheng walked out of the arena. A rank 5 Gu Master. Hua Feng City Lord's heart jumped as he sensed Fangzheng's rank 5 aura and became vigilant. He smiled and said, logically speaking, this match should be decided by our side. In the previous few battles, we fought using martial arts, but how can we throw away the essence and tradition of us hairy men? This match. Let's use Gu refinement to determine the winner. The moment he said that, the Steel Thread City Lord almost cursed out loud. The elders of Iron Thread City. They all looked at City Lord Hua Feng with disdain. However, City Lord Hua Feng had been the lord of a city for many years, and had long since developed a thick skin. He turned a blind eye to these gazes. The Steel Thread City mistress couldn't refute. After all, it was a rule that had been set beforehand. She could only wave her hand at Fangzheng and say, you can go down and compete. Make sure you give it your all. Remember one thing, there is only victory in this battle. If you lose, use your life to pay for your sins. Fangzheng heard this but remained expressionless. He had been humiliated these last few days. The Steel Thread City mistress was very strong, she liked all kinds of positions, she did it 17 to 18 times a night, asking for it without restraint. She made Fangzheng's life worse than death. Fangzheng really wanted to die, but as a prisoner, he was under the control of others, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Steel Thread City mistress was using death to threaten him now, he felt a sense of freedom. In his mind, a thought appeared, will I still be reluctant to part with this world? Why don't I just admit defeat and ask for death? But at this time, a voice resounded in his mind, fool. A man needs to know when to submit and when to stand tall. So what if they are humiliated? If he had the guts, he would take revenge in the future. He would chop all the enemies who had humiliated him into mincemeat. That is what a hero should do. Who is it? Fangzheng was shocked. He shouted in shock. On the other side, Hua Feng City's final hairy man Gu Master had just left the stage. He thought that Fangzheng was asking him. Thus, he puffed up his chest and said loudly, I am Mao Shirba. Fangzheng had no reaction. He had regained his freedom now. He even borrowed many Gu worms. That voice in his mind suddenly disappeared. No matter how he inspected himself, he could not find any traces. Damn you, you dare to humiliate me? Mao Shirba was furious. He said his name but Fangzheng did not respond, it was as if he did not want to tell him his name. Mao Shirba was furious. Why is he angry? Fangzheng was startled awake by Mao Shirba's shout, he felt strange. Because of this misunderstanding, before the battle even started, the smell of gunpowder was already intense. Under everyone's gazes, the battle began. Mao Sheba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he skilled in fighting, he was also skilled in Gu refinement. In contrast, even though Fangzheng had cultivated in Crane Gate for a period of time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path, he only dabbled in refinement path. The battle had just started, but Mao Sheba was already in the lead. By the middle of the battle, Mao Sheba was already far ahead of Fangzheng. He had a huge lead. At the final juncture, the spectating hairy men, be it Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fangzheng had a chance of winning. Even Fangzheng himself thought so. Am I going to lose? Forget it, death is a form of release. He sighed in his heart. Bullshit. At this time, the voice that had just appeared resounded again. Fangzheng was alarmed as his hands trembled. The half-finished product he had refined immediately failed. Ha ha ha. Huafeng City Lord laughed loudly. Steel Thread City's side had unsightly expressions. In Fangzheng's mind, that voice continued, as a man, what is a small setback? You are. Fang Yuan. This time, Fangzheng finally recognized the voice. He, my main body died long ago. Only this will is left in your mind. As my younger brother, you live in this world but do not think about improving yourself, do not seek revenge, I cannot bear to watch this. Fang Yuan's will chided. Fangzheng snorted coldly, thinking, you are already dead, why are you still causing trouble? He had mastered Tenchuru's soul in the past to guide his cultivation. Now that he could converse with Fang Yuan's will, he felt a sense of familiarity. On the surface, the hairy men could not see anything strange. They thought that this expressionless Fangzheng was scared silly by this result. Fang Yuan's will felt Fangzheng's enmity, but he smiled nonchalantly, since I am already dead, why do you still want to impersonate me? Fangzheng was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued, you were humiliated and tortured, unwilling to tell others your real name, this means that you still have shame, anger, and hatred in your heart. So why don't you work hard now and fight for this excellent opportunity? You know the reason, as long as you win this battle, you will be able to participate in the martial competition, leave your slave status, and become a free person. I also want to win, who doesn't want revenge, who doesn't want freedom? But I have already lost this battle. Fangzheng said angrily. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's will laughed loudly, you only need to follow my instructions, and you can surpass Mao Sheba and turn defeat into victory. Fangzheng was stunned, he asked, what scheme do you have now? Humph, Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly, even though I am dead, I am not resigned to this. I want revenge. All the hairy man Gu immortals who killed me cannot escape. And you are my hope of revenge. Didn't you impersonate me? Then take revenge for me. Why should I help a demon like you, who massacred your entire race to take revenge? Fangzheng said angrily. Fang Yuan's will said, if you continue to speak, there will be no time. Listen to my instructions, light up the fire and place the 3 metals in it. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold need to be placed in the fire to be cooked. Fangzheng gritted his teeth, even though he was unwilling to listen to Fang Yuan's instructions. Fang Yuan's will's words gave him some hope of victory. This matter concerned his life. After hesitating for a while, he finally stretched out his hand. Refine Gu again. The surrounding hairy men saw this and sneered. But after a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore, they looked at Fangzheng in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm in his hand, he had refined it in front of everyone. I've won. He took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the hall, no one spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Sheba, could not accept this fact, he had a dazed expression. The atmosphere was strange. The hairy men present did not want to admit that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a Gu refinement competition. After a while, someone said, "Look, the five-colored light on cloud cover continent is fading." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Dozens of gazes passed through the door of the hall. They saw that the five-colored light on cloud cover continent was fading. From the dissipating five-colored light, a figure walked out. "It seems you have recovered." Land Spirit of Langia looked at this person and smiled. "Yes." The person nodded. "I have to thank First Supreme Elder for this." As they spoke, the five-colored light faded, revealing the person's appearance. If Fang Zheng saw this person, he would be shocked. It was Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langia laughed loudly. "Isn't it simple to thank me? Give me Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, or Wisdom Gu." Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. "It is impossible to give it away. But we can make a transaction. I wonder what price the First Supreme Elder is willing to offer." Ugh. Land Spirit of Langia's laughter stopped. He hesitated, he had an awkward expression. Chapter 1058. Be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were all priceless treasures, unique and unparalleled in the world. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could the Land Spirit of Langia take out to trade? Fang Yuan was not rejecting it, he was looking forward to it. Langia Blessed Land had a deep foundation, it was not an ordinary existence. It had experienced two venerables, it had existed since the medieval antiquity era. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, it could be said to be the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. The Land Spirit's identity when he was alive was known as the #1 refinement path expert in history. He had vaguely surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. How could such a person not take out something to trade? It was like trading immortal Gu. Every immortal Gu was unique and unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled items could naturally be exchanged with similarly unparalleled items. The value was measured by the two parties' evaluation of their own situation. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Wisdom Gu, these three, in Fang Yuan's opinion, there was nothing he could not trade with, as long as the benefits matched. The Land Spirit of Langia started to walk around. He frowned as he fell into deep thought. If it was the previous Land Spirit, there was no need to consider it, he would not trade with Fang Yuan. But after the change, this Land Spirit of Langia had different thoughts than the previous one. The white-haired Land Spirit was formed from his obsession with Space Escape Gu, so he was only interested in Gu refinement. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu immortals into refinement path geniuses. But this black-haired Land Spirit wants to be the king of his own race. I can make use of this. Fang Yuan thought in his mind, looking at the Land Spirit of Langia walking around in front of him. He patiently waited for the other party's decision. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. He believed that the Land Spirit of Langia would not disappoint him. As expected, as Fang Yuan expected, the Land Spirit of Langia struggled for a while. He made up his mind to transact with Fang Yuan. "First Supreme Elder, I do not doubt that you have the capital to transact with me, but transactions have to be consensual. If what you have in your hands can't move me, I'm afraid," Fang Yuan deliberately said. The Land Spirit of Langia widened its eyes. "Don't worry. The treasures of my Langia sect are definitely not inferior to those 3 items of yours." Saying so, he handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and received the Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis. Although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its entire body was like a spindle, and it was somewhat round and cute. It was pure white, as if it was made of porcelain. The surface was like fine enamel. Fang Yuan held it in his hand and felt that it was smooth, and very comfortable. "This is a bookworm?" Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had seen the bookworm before, it was a rare rank 1 Gu. But what surprised him was that the bookworm in his hand was clearly emitting rank 3 aura. The land spirit of Lengia snorted, saying, "This is something created by my previous master." He broke through the shackles of rank 1 bookworm and developed rank 2 and 3 goo recipes. You said he was doing this. What is the use? If the enemies attack, can these bookworms resist? Although he said that, Fang Yuan could still sense the slight pride hidden in the land spirit of Lengia's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not speak anymore. He took out a trace of primeval essence from his immortal aperture and used it to activate the bookworm. At the same time, he injected a portion of his consciousness into it. The bookworm was not his, but the land spirit of Lengia lent it to him. There was no obstruction when he activated it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The contents of the bookworm made him excited, his blood and qi surged uncontrollably. As expected, Fang Yuan praised in his heart. The thoughts in his mind were fluctuating. Fang Yuan rushed back to Lengia Blessed Land and spent a lot of time healing his injuries. At this moment, his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations were right in front of him. Ingwu Xie, He Lulan, who Immortal Blessed Land, fixed immortal travel, and others were all tossed aside. The biggest difficulty was how to survive this calamity. Once in a while, a calamity or tribulation would descend on a goo immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the immortal aperture's foundation, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had not been developed yet, it was empty, but the space was terrifyingly huge, the time path resources were plentiful, and it was not restricted to the 5 regional walls. Such an immortal aperture already surpassed the total of the 10 extreme existences. It was easy to imagine the unprecedented dangers the calamities and tribulations would face. It could be said that this was a sharp blade hanging above Fang Yuan's neck. When he was healing earlier, Fang Yuan had been teaching Fang Zheng while thinking about his current situation. There were only a few days left until this calamity. Fang Yuan had no confidence, he had no confidence. Most of his immortal goo were left in his body, many were self-destructed, some were left in Ingwu Xie's hands. This caused Fang Yuan's strength to fall greatly. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were also missing, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. The only place he could borrow strength from was Lengia Blessed Land. And Lengia Blessed Land had existed until now. It had definitely passed many calamities and tribulations. It was a model for immortal apertures to pass tribulations. There were definitely many things that Fang Yuan could learn from. How is it? Land Spirit of Lengia smiled. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Lengia sect has 3 foundations. First, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body. It contains the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Second, the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Third, the theft path true inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When my main body was alive, I refined goo for the 2 venerables. The compensation I requested was a true inheritance for each of them. Fang Yuan nodded. The contents recorded in the bookworm were regarding these 3 true inheritances. Regardless of which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some superficial information before he was deeply attracted. They could be said to have extraordinary value. Land Spirit of Lengia continued. Among these 3 true inheritances, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is slightly inferior. That is because even though my main body refined space escape goo, he was unable to activate it, thus he returned a portion of the compensation. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances are always in pairs. If you are lucky and obtain this true inheritance, and the corresponding true inheritance is not inherited, you can even obtain clues to a second Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind a total of 8 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can obtain them, only mine is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. If you obtain another Thieving Heaven true inheritance, you can easily inherit it. Fang Yuan nodded. He had personally witnessed the power of formless hands. With theft path methods, he could even steal other people's immortal goo and keep the greatest loot for each battle. And the unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face that he relied on to survive were also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's own immortal killer moves. The amazing use of theft. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of this. Obtaining this true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Land Spirit of Langia continued, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 8 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal only left behind 3. My main body successfully refined the Immortal Goo House 88-point Jinyang Tower for him, so the value of this true inheritance is slightly higher than Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances contain all of his luck path methods. They are self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among them, self-luck is the true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court Blessed Land. The legacy of the world's fate is in the Longevity Grotto Heaven. Fate of oneself, fate of all living beings, fate of heaven and earth. Connect Luck Immortal Goo, Break Luck Immortal Goo, and Divert Disaster Immortal Goo were part of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, a portion of these immortal goo were left outside. As for the specific content of cultivation, it was already a mystery. Fang Yuan had interacted with Ma Hongyun before, he knew the power of luck path. Let's not talk about other things. If I have Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, then I can learn from Imperial Court Blessed Land and send the calamities and tribulations to the outside world. Fang Yuan knew that the Tao of luck would have a miraculous effect on his tribulation. Even in this true inheritance of self-luck, there was no existence of Divert Disaster Immortal Goo. The better Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker the calamity he faced would be, and the easier it would be to deal with it. Fang Yuan, I suggest you choose the self-fate true inheritance. Because your luck seems to be very bad. The Land Spirit of Langia said. This time, you rushed back from the southern border. How many accidents and unforeseen events had occurred along the way? Even my side lost 2 hairy man goo immortals. You might not even be able to guess the cause. Old Ancestor Shui who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, he ordered the demonic path goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to gather goo materials for him. In the end, he lost the trust of the people, and when the matter reached a critical point, Snowy Mountain's goo immortals rebelled and stole one of the crucial goo materials. Old Ancestor Shui who was furious, he sent goo immortals to capture all suspicious people. The hairy man goo immortal I sent to receive you was caught in the crossfire. As for the second goo immortal who mysteriously disappeared, I have not found out what happened to him even now. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. They will not sacrifice themselves for nothing. Fang Yuan consoled. The Land Spirit of Langia gritted his teeth. He did not dwell on this matter. He continued the previous topic. Actually, in my opinion, the most suitable thing for you is the first true inheritance. Refinement path has 2 paths. Do you know about it? I have heard of it. Fang Yuan answered. The Land Spirit of Langia said slowly, the 2 paths are the hairy man heaven and earth style and the human isolation style. We hairy men refine goo differently from you humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most optimal environment for goo refinement, thus increasing the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. The Land Spirit of Langia definitely had his reasons for saying this. In the past, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought help from my main body was because my main body cultivated the hairy man heaven and earth style goo refinement method. The success rate of refining immortal goo was much higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only grasped the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, he even used old immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to transcend the shackles and reach a higher level. He created an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was greatly interested. The land spirit of Xianxia had a proud and pleased expression as he continued to explain. It turned out that this immortal level tempering aperture killer move was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal goo and over 100,000 mortal goo to form. Its concept was extremely ingenious. It used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement body. Through the killer move, it connected with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture to influence calamities and tribulations, using the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. The immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are of all kinds, they are hard to deal with. But using this killer move, we can often restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. Do you know why Xianxia Blessed Land was placed at Crescent Lake previously? That is because Crescent Lake's surroundings are filled with dense water path Dao marks and refinement path Dao marks. My previous self used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. 180,000 years ago, Xianxia Blessed Land did not have an ocean. But look at it now, there is an ocean, the vast land only has 3 continents left. This is the sign of an abundance of water path Dao marks. Feng Yuan heard this and thought of the scene where Spectral Soul used myriad tribulations to refine sovereign immortal aperture goo. This immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move has the same effect as Spectral Soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had once placed spies in Xianxia Blessed Land. Maybe Spectral Soul's method originated from this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move? Feng Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul's method was derived from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. But his method was more refined. He used Wisdom Path to deduce what the calamities and tribulations were, and made preparations for them. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. It could only affect calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. Xianxia Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations included Fire Path, Lightning Path, and others. They were not all Water Path or Refinement Path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Goo. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can exchange them for one. How do you want to trade? Land Spirit of Xianxia asked. This time, it was Feng Yuan's turn to think. Chapter 1059. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Oh dear. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. She wore a beautiful purple robe, but her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. Her skin was white as snow, her hair reached her waist, her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath of turbid air, she stopped her Wisdom Path Killer move and descended from the sky. Little Huang greets Ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Kim Hong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Fairy Myrtle, he quickly knelt on the ground. Fairy Myrtle's lips curled up, showing a rare smile. Immediately, the sorrow on her brows faded, her whole body seemed to be radiating with radiance, her beauty could move one's soul. She spoke, Huang Heir, get up, no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, your mother and I have some blood relation. It could be seen that she was very satisfied with this junior, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stood up, his expression was respectful and filled with admiration. This person in front of him was a rank 8 Goo Immortal. In Feng Kim Hong's mind, she did not dare to hope for rank 9 realm, but rank 8 was her life goal. This Fairy Myrtle came from Spirit Affinity House, her seniority in the sect was extremely high. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, cultivated Wisdom Path, and joined the Celestial Court. She was dignified and beautiful. It could be said that she had all the qualities that made Feng Kim Hong admire her. She was simply the reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, after deducing for 3 months in Who Immortal Blessed Land, did you gain anything? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly. At this moment, she had already landed in front of Feng Kim Hong. But her feet did not touch the ground, she was floating in the air. There was still some distance between her and the ground. Her nature was like this, she had some mysophobia. There was no need to tell Feng Kim Hong about these things, but Fairy Myrtle still answered, after these few days of calculation, I can be sure. The original owner of this Who Immortal blessed land was Who Immortal. He's a member of Defy. Defy? Feng Kim Huang's eyes narrowed in surprise. Although she was immortal, her parents were famous Gu Immortals, she knew many secrets of the world. She had heard of this organization Defy. It was a powerful force that some central continent Gu Immortals had formed in secret. The 10 great ancient sects of the central continent occupied the majority of resources and held great power. Controlling or suppressing other factions or loose cultivators and fiend immortals. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. There were many organizations that joined forces to resist the top 10 sects of Zhongzhou state. However, these organizations usually didn't last long. The 10 great ancient sects would either attack or drive a wedge between them, causing them to collapse. However, Defy was the most well-hidden and had existed for the longest time. It wasn't that the 10 great ancient sects hadn't targeted them before, but the results weren't great. The crucial point was that this organization had truly hidden itself too deeply. Even the members of the organization. They didn't know each other's true identity, they only called each other by numbers. Right now, Feng Kim Hong suddenly heard that Who Immortal was a member of Defy. This was truly out of her expectations. Who Immortal is a lone immortal on the surface, but back then, she obtained Dang Hun Mountain by chance. Now it seems that Defy was helping her from behind. Fairy Myrtle continued. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flashed, thinking of the scene of her crushing defeat at Feng Yuan's feet, she guessed, this means that Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he suddenly appeared back then, and it was such a coincidence. This time, Fairy Ziwei frowned slightly, the results of my deductions are not correct, they are not correct at the same time. But no matter what, Feng Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Xiao Huang, you kept to Immortal Land's spirit and didn't become the true owner of this blessed land, is it because you still want to return this blessed land to Feng Yuan in the future? Ancestor Ziwei. Feng Kim Huang's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fairy Myrtle smiled faintly and comforted, we are family, you don't need to worry. I know that Feng Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jioga. Your father is a person with amazing talent, he is a first-rate person in history. What's rarer is that he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and hatred, and is loyal and affectionate. I can understand why he asked you to do this. Feng Kim Hong hurriedly said, Ancestor Ziwei is magnanimous. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand and stopped Feng Kim Huang's words, her tone was slightly heavy as she continued, but you must remember, Feng Yuan is a wanted criminal in the Celestial Court, he is on the Demon Judgment Board. If you want to repay him for saving your life, you must know when to stop. In the future, if you really return Who Immortal blessed land to him, I will not stop you, I will even help you bear the responsibility. But this is my limit, my bottom line. I hope you too will not be so stubborn and make a huge mistake. Feng Kim Hong lowered his head, Huang Heir will remember Ancestor's words. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly, then her body fluttered as she flew up to the sky. She waved her hand and an opening appeared in Who Immortal blessed land, connecting to the outside world. Then, she turned into a purple flowing light and shot out like a meteor, instantly disappearing from Feng Kim Huang's sight. Fairy Myrtle flew all the way to the Celestial Court. In the Celestial Court, there were many palaces, it was open and aboveboard. Fairy Myrtle's meteor form tore through the sky and landed in a hall. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle's main body was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, discussing matters with 2 other Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Purple light flickered and entered her hand. It turned into a consciousness, along with several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. It turned out that the fairy Myrtle that was left in Immortal blessed land was almost like a real person, but her true identity was only a consciousness of fairy Myrtle. This consciousness carried the result of the deduction and went all the way up to fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle stored the immortal goo and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and received the result of the deduction. After a few breaths of time, she opened her deep and dark eyes, saying lightly, "I have already found clues to Feng Yuan." The old goo immortal sitting in front of her, known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled and said, "Fairy Myrtle is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path expert on par with heaven overseeing Tower Lord in the Celestial Court." She actually used a consciousness to deduce the crucial clue. The more the consciousness thought, the more it was exhausted. Even the special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal at 88-point Jianghu Tower. They had to choose to hibernate to prevent thinking from exhausting themselves. But Fairy Myrtle's methods were profound and profound. She actually used a will to deduce for her main body. Not only did she succeed, the expenditure of this consciousness was less than 20%. Such attainment. It was truly breathtaking. Fairy Myrtle's main body was frowning slightly. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's compliment, continuing, "If not for Feng Yuan managing Immortal blessed land for a period of time, I would not have deduced any clues. Feng Yuan has a close relationship with Defy. Even though I did not obtain Feng Yuan's location, I know that as long as we follow the clues and uproot Defy, we will be able to find Feng Yuan." Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. "Feng Yuan has spring autumn cicada and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land, inheriting some inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. He is an otherworldly demon, but he survived the southern border battlefield. This kind of dangerous person must be eradicated. But to deal with him, we need to deal with spring-autumn cicada first. Don't worry about this. Ever since I woke up, I have been making preparations. A few days ago, I successfully activated the killer move. I have already sensed this spring-autumn cicada and sealed it. It cannot be used for the next 3 months." The third goo immortal said. His voice was hoarse. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His eye bags were deep and listless, giving off a feeling that he had expended too much energy and was extremely fatigued. But Fairy Myrtle and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to trust him a lot. The latter smiled. "Since Wei Ling Yang made a move, there is no need to worry about spring-autumn cicada." Fairy Myrtle continued, "Then next, we need to go to Mingtang Valley and capture Gong Sun Liang. At the same time, Central Continent, beside Pot River." Wuxia stood on the riverbank, looking at the green willows, the gentle breeze and the gentle river water, but he was feeling a little anxious. After avoiding the collapse of Earth Abyss, he led Tai by Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Shernu for a while, using a goo formation to teleport to the eastern part of Central Continent. This was Wind Cloud Manor's territory. Wuxia was using Feng Yuan's body. He had already become a wanted criminal by the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but he still took the risk to stay here for 3 days. He was waiting for someone. Who was it that was worth him taking such a huge risk to wait for a meeting? A green figure flew over at a low altitude. Wuxia's heart shook. He went up to meet it. The green figure landed on the ground and stood still, but it was not a real person, it was a puppet. This puppet had a humanoid shape, it had 2 hands and 2 legs, its body was robust. But its whole body seemed to be weaved from grass and vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its back were covered in grass. They were like daggers, pointing up vertically. The green grass puppet looked at the goo worm in Wuxia's hand and recognized him as the target. It spoke with an arrogant tone. "My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure inspection convention. He cannot come. If you want to see him, wait for 3 more days." 3 more days? Wuxia's expression changed. "What? If you don't have the patience, you don't have to wait. I will bring the message back to master." The green grass puppet said coldly. Wait. Wuxia quickly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days, so what if I wait for another 3 days? But after 3 days, it will be a whole 6 days. If I don't have the chance to see your master again, I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted, turning around and leaving. After a few steps, it lightly stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, turning into a lump of green shadow and flying away. After it left, Wuxia's expression turned gloomy. Looking at the green grass puppet's back, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. When the green grass puppet flew out of Wuxia's vision, 3 Gu immortal figures appeared from the surroundings, surrounding Wuxia. They were Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and sure knew that green grass puppet earlier. Was it the rumored grass puppet deity? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked curiously. That's right. Wuxia nodded. It was grass puppet deity, formed from rank 6 grass puppet Gu. It has rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi awakened his aperture, his grandfather Old Man Bei Feng gave the grass puppet immortal Gu to his beloved grandson as a gift. Feng Chanzi is arrogant and egotistical. We waited for him for so long, but we didn't even get to see him. In the end, he sent a grass puppet deity to dismiss us? He Lulan said in a dissatisfied tone. Sure Nu sighed, saying helplessly, sigh, to refine fixed immortal travel, we need the light of the immemorial era. No Gu recipe can bypass this hurdle. And this rare Gu material, the light of the immemorial era, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have a request, there is no other way. Wuxia snorted coldly, not speaking. He wanted to save his main body, he had to pass through the regional wall. But he was not like Feng Yuan. Fixed immortal travel was a shortcut to pass through the regional wall. It was almost necessary and extremely important. Right now, he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-Autumn Cicada has already been sealed, it seems the Celestial Court has already started searching for me. I cannot stay in Central Continent for long. With fixed immortal travel, I will go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Maybe I can even use it to get rid of Feng Yuan. No, looking at the time, tomorrow should be the day of Feng Yuan's tribulation. The calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture are not so easy to pass. Although Providence cannot influence Feng Yuan, it can still make arrangements against him. So, what is scary is not just the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, there is also Chapter 1060. Who would have thought that I would be here again? Feng Yuan sighed inwardly, he stopped flying and descended from the sky. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. A world of ice and snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, cold wind whistled incessantly in his ears. The biting cold wind carried countless snowflakes and even tiny hailstones, rolling in all directions. Because of the snowstorm, Feng Yuan's vision was greatly restricted. Moreover, the temperature was very low. Feng Yuan had no choice but to use even more Gu worms to maintain his body temperature and defend against the cold wind. This was still Northern Plains. The exact location was the northernmost part of Northern Plains, the famous Northern Icy Plain. This place was originally a grassland, but because of a world-destroying battle between experts, the natural landscape here was completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extremely cold profound ice, freezing this place again. This formed the current landscape. Back then, He Lulan chose this place to pass the calamities and tribulations, advancing to immortal. That was because this icy plain contained reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning of strength path and transformation path. If a strength path or transformation path Gu master advanced to immortal here, they would form Dao Mark resonance, and the true meaning of strength path and transformation path would manifest with the help of the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing the tribulation defeats the earthly calamity, they would obtain the infusion of true meaning. It was equivalent to reckless savage demon Venerable's teachings. Scenes of memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The vivid scene seemed to have just happened yesterday. But at this moment, things had changed. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had probably defected. Only Fang Yuan was left behind. The current situation was also very different from before. Strength Path and Transformation Path Gu Masters. There is only one chance to obtain the infusion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. That is the calamity and tribulation to advance to Immortal. But now, I have the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. I might be able to repeat my previous success. Fang Yuan inwardly thought. He had not done this before, he was not very sure. However, after discussing with the land spirit of Langia, he felt that it was highly possible. He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique. When she underwent the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, the tribulation was huge and she lost her immortal gu. He barely made it through. My immortal aperture calamity is probably even more terrifying than her tribulation. Fang Yuan was under a lot of pressure. If he had no other choice, he didn't want to undergo the tribulation so quickly. Every once in a while, a tribulation would occur in his immortal aperture. But Gu Immortals had many ways to deal with it. The most commonly used were time path methods to slow down the flow of time in the immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. But in that case, the time Dao resources in his immortal aperture would be greatly reduced. But because of this, it decreased sharply. There were both pros and cons. It would depend on the Gu Immortal situation. Langia Blessed Land had once used time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in his immortal aperture. This caused the time in the celestial aperture to slow down greatly. However, this method was not mastered by the land spirit of Langia. But in the past, Long-Hair Ancestor requested the assistance of a Time Dao Almighty. My immortal aperture has too many Time Dao resources. 2 months in the outside world. In 2 months, I will undergo a tribulation. Although my cultivation level grows quickly and the resources in my immortal aperture are many. But if I can't endure it and die in the tribulation, it would all be for naught. It seems that after this tribulation, I will need to search for time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in my immortal aperture. This was all for later. The most important thing was this impending tribulation. Huff. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a mysterious change occurred in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture, fall. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with divine light. A loud sound seemed to resound in his ears as his vision changed. Looking carefully, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. It was empty inside, it was incomparably vast. There were no cultivation resources, because Fang Yuan had yet to manage them. Only gu worms of various sizes were stored inside. At this moment, these gu worms were revolving around Fang Yuan. There were so many of them that they looked like a black cloud. Under normal circumstances, the immortal aperture was placed on the gu immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture had fallen into the outside world, wrapping around the gu immortal's body instead. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was like a land spirit. He was like a fish in water in the immortal aperture, but could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect with the outside world's heaven and earth chi at any time to stabilize itself. When gu immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal aperture in the 5 regions. Another situation was that the gu immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources, and the immortal aperture itself had too little heaven and earth chi. Thus they had to place their immortal aperture and absorb the outside world's heaven and earth chi to replenish it. At Fang Yuan's original position, he had completely disappeared. The immortal aperture was on the ice surface, condensed into a point and was placed in the void, invisible. The raging icy wind was still blowing. There were no major changes, as if Fang Yuan had never been here. Everything was as usual. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance, everything changed. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled, the glacier shook, countless heaven and earth chi surged towards the Immortal Aperture's entrance like a storm. Soon, large amounts of heaven and earth chi flooded this place. The icy wind and hailstones were all turned into heaven and earth chi. The Immortal Aperture's entrance was a passage that connected the outside world. As it opened, Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture started to connect with the outside world, continuously drawing in heaven and earth chi. It was like a giant whale that had been hiding at the bottom of the sea, opening its mouth and absorbing oxygen. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in, the entire Immortal Aperture shook slightly, but the shaking was extremely small, ordinary people could not detect it. At the same time, the tributary of the River of Time in the Immortal Aperture also started to fuse with the River of Time in the 5 regions. The Immortal Aperture's time flow started to slow down greatly. The Immortal Aperture that was placed in the world would have a much slower time flow, closer to the outside world of the 5 regions. Langya Blessed Land had been modified by a time path Gu Immortal, and could only be placed in the world of the 5 regions. The time flow inside was similar to the outside world of the 5 regions. Many Gu Immortals would choose to place their Immortal Apertures for the sake of their lifespan, hiding their bodies inside the Immortal Aperture. Unknowingly, there was a feeling that told Fang Yuan that calamities and tribulations were coming. But as the Immortal Aperture landed, time slowed down. Fang Yuan could clearly feel it. The speed of the calamities and tribulations slowed down. This situation was very normal. Every Gu Immortal would have this feeling when calamities and tribulations were coming. It was like when an earthquake was coming, livestock would roar and run amok, they all sensed the impending danger. Heaven and earth chi surged in, gradually slowing down. At first, it was like a waterfall, but soon, it was like a flowing river. A while later, it was like a flowing stream. The Immortal Aperture's appetite had a limit. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had abundant experience. Seeing the heaven and earth chi like this, he started to arrange Gu worms in an orderly manner. Most of the Gu worms in the Immortal Aperture had already been arranged, the main ones were the outside world. A vast number of Gu worms flew out of the entrance like a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan could not leave this place. But Gu worms could be used. Next, he controlled his Gu worms and arranged them one by one. After about half a cup of tea's time, everything was ready. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately pouring in Immortal Essence and activating his Gu worms. Immortal Gu rose up one after another. They floated in the air, shining with all kinds of colors. The lights intertwined. Next, they resonated with the Gu worms in the outside world. In the end, it formed a huge dark green shadow. Not only did it fill the entire Immortal Aperture, it even spread to the outside world, covering 1,000 li of the icy plain. Immortal Killer Move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Large amounts of Immortal Essence were expended crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 10,000. But this was just the beginning. The core Immortal Gu of this killer move were mostly rank 7, Fang Yuan's Green Grape Immortal Essence was expended very quickly. Thankfully, before coming, he had already obtained a large amount of Immortal Yuan Stone from the land spirit of Langya, and even borrowed the Immortal Gu treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was successfully activated. Fang Yuan had expended more than 60% of his Immortal Essence. This expenditure has already far surpassed the number that the land spirit of Langya said. But he also said that the exact expenditure would vary according to the small world of the Immortal Aperture. Even before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already expended more than half of his Immortal Essence. However, he had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya, to borrow the Immortal Yuan Stone from him, he would be able to get it soon. During this tribulation, Langya Blessed Land could be said to be Fang Yuan's backup. But it was not appropriate to borrow it now. It would make the land spirit of Langya suspicious. He had already prepared methods like moving perspective cup goo. Even if he borrowed it during the tribulation, it would not be difficult. Moreover, he did not know what the tribulation was. He could sense that the tribulation was getting closer. Fang Yuan recalled his goo worms and closed the door, waiting quietly in the immortal aperture. Using this time, he carefully inspected the goo worms in his hands. An hour later, the tribulation finally arrived. The immortal aperture started to shake, countless amounts of heaven and earth chi surged out from all directions. This was the heaven and earth chi contained in the immortal aperture. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth chi collided, forming a boundless snowstorm. Snow flew everywhere, the wind blew, turning the entire immortal aperture into a world of ice and snow. Fang Yuan saw this and was slightly happy. Did immortal tribulation tempering aperture take effect? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The snowstorm wreaked havoc in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed one after another in the snowstorm. Snow monster calamity. Kill. Fang Yuan muttered, floating in the air. Goo worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. At the same time, flying sword immortal goo shot out. Whoosh. Flying sword goo directly pierced through the snow monster's head, coming out from the back. Almost instantly, it flew back to Fang Yuan's side. The snow monster cried out, the wound on its head healed. It continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were similar to mud monsters and cloud beasts. Without destroying the snow core in their bodies, it was very difficult to kill them. They were very troublesome enemies. Pure flying sword goo was countered by them. But I am using a sword path killer move now. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps. When it suddenly roared, the snow core in its body was destroyed. As if its bones were extracted, its body fell apart and turned into a pile of snow. Sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death. Chapter 1061. Fang Yuan was a person who learned from his mistakes. On the way to northern plains, he encountered mud monsters and cloud beasts. He suffered many losses. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not make up for this weakness? Speaking of the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death, there were some twists and turns. After Fang Yuan entered Langya blessed land, he healed himself while asking land spirit of Langya to reverse refine flying sword goo and other rank 7 immortal goo for him. He was a rank 6 goo immortal now. It was too taxing for him to use rank 7 immortal goo. Land spirit of Langya was simple. He felt that Fang Yuan had already joined Langya sect and became their external supreme elder. He was one of them, thus he gave him a suggestion. I can help you reverse refine immortal goo. Furthermore, it is much easier to reverse refine rank 7 to rank 6 than rank 6 to rank 7. But don't you feel it is a pity? Most importantly, reverse refinement is not something that can be done in one go. There is not much time left before the tribulation. If you start now, you won't make it in time. You might as well use this killer move. Land Spirit of Langya said this as he handed the killer move sword marks targeting death to Fang Yuan. You are really lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self hundreds of years ago. It is suitable for many sword path immortal goo. Fang Yuan felt strange at that time. Long hair ancestor was a pure refinement path goo immortal. Why would Land Spirit of Langya buy a sword path killer move that he could not use for no reason? In the end, he only looked at it briefly before understanding. It turned out that sword marks targeting death permanently expended the Dao marks of sword path immortal goo. It was engraved on the target's body. After the sword path immortal goo flew away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weakness and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used flying sword immortal goo as the core to activate sword marks targeting death. It pierced through the desolate beast snow monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the immortal goo quickly healed itself. But the sword path Dao marks that were engraved moved around the snow monster's body, destroying the snow core that was deeply hidden in the snow monster's body. Once the snow core was destroyed, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and disintegrated. As such, Flying Sword Immortal Gu could kill targets like snow monsters. He would no longer have to work twice the effort for half the results, and the results would be minimal. But this killer move had a huge flaw. That was to permanently expend the Dao marks of the Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be seen as a fragment of the Great Dao, a collection of countless Dao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Gu, the larger the Great Dao fragment and the more Dao marks it had. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer Dao marks the sword path Immortal Gu had. Unable to reply. This way, sword path Immortal Gu would become weaker and weaker. After a certain number of times, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 6 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 5 mortal level, or rank 7 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 6. This drawback was quite severe. Sword marks targeting death had a low value and was not very popular. The previous land spirit of Lengia bought it at a low price. What he wanted was the killer move itself. In fact, every time he used the sword path killer move sword marks targeting death, he would not be able to use it. It was like a reverse refinement of an Immortal Gu. However, the effect of its reverse refinement was very small. Only after hundreds or thousands of times would there be an effect. After Fang Yuan understood this, he also understood why the land spirit of Lengia bought this killer move back then. After all, the previous land spirit of Lengia's greatest hobby was Gu refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it. He immediately accepted this sword path killer move. Undeniably, this killer move was too suitable for him now. Strong winds blew, snowflakes flew. A streak of sword light pierced into the snowstorm. The snowstorm could not cover the dazzling sword light, it easily pierced through. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the air, hitting the desolate beast snow monster's chest. It then came out of its back, circling around and returning to Fang Yuan. Its injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The desolate beast snow monster roared proudly. It was about to step forward when its body suddenly broke apart, turning into a pile of snow. After a breath of time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile of snow. But these small snow monsters were only a few meters tall, they were not a threat. Another sword marks targeting death. The effect of this move was excellent. Desolate beast-level snow monsters only needed one attack to defeat them. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he finally saw the advantage of sword path. Gu master cultivation, nurture, use, and refinement, these three aspects are extremely profound. It is still Flying Sword Immortal Gu, but I have changed my usage method and obtained a huge effect. Again. Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the snowstorm, desolate beast snow monsters formed one after another, but were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters was related to their size. Rank 1 or 2 Gu masters could deal with a 6-meter-tall snow monster. 60-meter-tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They had battle strength comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. 60-meter-tall snow monsters could fight rank 7 Gu immortals. These 60-feet-tall snow monsters were killed by Fang Yuan one by one. It was like food being served to them. Fang Yuan's battle strength had risen greatly, thinking back to when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, facing the desolate beast swamp crab in such a pathetic state. Now that he was facing the endless desolate beast snow monsters, he was able to control the situation calmly. Fang Yuan did not relax at all, he maintained his vigilance at all times. The reason why I am so relaxed is because of the rank 7 Flying Sword Gu. It can deal with desolate beasts, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful killer move that expends Dao marks. Back then, the swamp crab had the Immortal Gu gruel mud, but these snow monsters do not. Fang Yuan's expression froze. He observed carefully. After the desolate beast snow monsters died, the small snow monsters that formed were slowly growing in size. The 10-meter ones became 20 meters, the 20-meter ones grew to 30 meters, the battle strength of these snow monsters was growing rapidly. If I let them grow, will they become 60-meter-tall desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using flying sword immortal goo as he waved his hand. Countless dark spirals shot out. Bam bam bam, these black projectiles were densely packed, they rained down like a storm. The small snow monsters were immediately met with a calamity. At once, there were heavy casualties. But soon, from the corpses of these small snow monsters, countless more of them stood up. Fang Yuan killed dozens of small snow monsters, but over 100 stood up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt that it was a problem. But he observed carefully, even though the 100 or so small snow monsters had increased in number, they were smaller than before. Fang Yuan had a guess. He willed again. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of light green wind blades appeared. They appeared out of thin air beside him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wave after wave of wind blades interweaved in the air to form a dense net of firepower, covering the many snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters did not fall, but the small snow monsters were cut into countless pieces. At once, countless blade marks appeared on the ground, snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, his eyes shining with bright light. He observed the entire battlefield. As expected, after 10 feet of snow monsters die, new snow monsters cannot be born. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Next, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Is it because of this blizzard? He split some of his attention. In a few breaths of time, he activated over 100 mortal goo. A dark domain spread out from beneath his feet, and very quickly, a curtain of night spread out from it. It was Gu Immortal He Cheng's battlefield killer move, Night Veil. Normally, battlefield killer moves could not be set up in the Immortal Aperture. This was because battlefield killer moves were temporary Dao marks engraved. Modifying the environment would cause conflict and damage to the Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. But the battlefield killer move here was an Immortal level battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's Night Veil was at mortal level. It was not a big deal. He even had Xuesong Zi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. It was not suitable for the current situation to amplify the snow monsters. As soon as the curtain of night fell, the power of the snowstorm within the range was greatly reduced. As expected, the small snow monsters that were shrouded in it grew much slower. But this was not a good situation. The snow seemed to be angered, intense winds howled, ice and snow rampaged, the edge of Night Veil was compressed. Soon, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet. With a loud sound, it was completely crushed. Of the 100 goo worms that made up Night Veil, less than 20% survived. Fang Yuan collected them. Desolate beast snow monsters appear one after another. More small snow monsters will be born from the corpse snow. The small snow monsters will grow together with the blizzard, growing at an unimaginable speed. But if I try to isolate the blizzard from its source, it will have the opposite effect. Currently, I can only kill small snow monsters while killing desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. As expected, his senses were not wrong. This calamity was very strong. This was only the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it far surpassed Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Herb, Earthly Calamity. The immortal essence in his hands was rapidly expending. His concentration was high, his mind was starting to get tired. However, Fang Yuan was getting more familiar with sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture was still moving, forming a vast blizzard. Initially, it only covered a few hundred li around Fang Yuan, but now, it had expanded to over 1,000 li. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He realized that this earthly calamity was not only unprecedented in scale, it would also last for a long time, far surpassing the 10 great catastrophes. As more and more desolate beast snow monsters appeared, Fang Yuan could not kill them in time with sword marks targeting death. As the number of small snow monsters increased, Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to eliminate them. He could not deal with both sides at the same time. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the sky, even though I need to defend against the blizzard, I still have the initiative. This thought had just flashed in Fang Yuan's mind when a sharp eagle cry pierced Fang Yuan's eardrums. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression immediately turned grim, thinking to himself, not good. In the blizzard, an iron crown eagle made of ice and snow had formed. The eagle flapped its wings and moved its body, charging towards Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned his spear around and used sword marks targeting death to kill this eagle. However, in a short period of time, 3 more iron crown eagles took form and circled around him. The pressure increased, danger was approaching. Fang Yuan was about to retrieve flying sword Immortal Gu when his heart shook. Inexplicably, a wave of true meaning entered his mind. Fang Yuan's brows rose, he could not conceal his joy. This is the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning. It seems that my original plan did not fail, I succeeded. Fang Yuan purposely chose to undergo tribulation in the icy plain in the north. It was for Reckless Savage's true meaning. Because of historical reasons, if Strength Path or Transformation Path Gu Masters underwent tribulation in the icy plain, they would receive the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning and obtain a fortuitous encounter to raise their attainment levels. But this only happened when a Gu Master underwent heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations during immortal ascension. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would experience calamities and tribulations. It happened in the immortal aperture, it would not trigger the infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan learned about the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move, he wondered if he could use this killer move to obtain the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive the infusion of true meaning, he thought he failed. When he killed the first iron crown eagle earlier, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning, but the situation was dangerous, he could not feel it clearly. Now, he could clearly feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He seemed to have turned into an iron crown eagle, from when he was young to now, from when he was born to when he first flew, to when he fought in the sky. He could feel the power of his wings hitting the atmosphere. He clenched his fists, his 2 eagle claws were like steel pincers. Looking around, he could see everything within 1,000 li. His strength path and transformation path attainment levels had risen greatly. His flying attainment level had also risen slightly. Receiving the infusion of true meaning was like receiving Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's unreserved teachings. Undeniably, the direct increase in attainment level brought about a huge and all-round benefit. If he followed the usual routine, the increase in attainment level could easily take decades or even centuries. Other than dream realms, perhaps only the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning here could directly raise his attainment level. Actually, dream realms themselves are the venting of emotions, the combination of obsession and desire, they are also the remnants of countless wills. Entering the dream realm and exploring it can raise one's attainment level, that is, one can get rid of the interference of emotions in the dream realm and not lose oneself. They can purify the true meaning from all kinds of distracting thoughts and raise one's attainment level. The true essence is the infusion of true meaning. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The iron crown eagle charged at him, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one iron crown eagle left. After Fang Yuan pulled some distance away, he used sword marks targeting death again and killed it without any hesitation. Checking his immortal essence, he still had a lot left. Although he had used several sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, he was not in a tight spot like before. He had not borrowed from the land spirit of Langia. He had lost most of his immortal essence earlier because the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture had expended too much. There were no enemies in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters were standing on the ground, raising their heads as they roared at him. There are more of them. Fang Yuan frowned. In the next moment, countless sharp green wind blades and pitch-black dark vortexes appeared out of thin air and shot down violently. Like a raging river, the firepower was extremely fierce. It covered the sky, instantly drowning all the snow monsters on the ground. Bam bam bam, thunderous explosions could be heard endlessly. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. The densely packed snow monsters suddenly decreased in number. More than half of the ice surface had been cleared. Only the desolate beast-level snow monsters were left standing. They were like dozens of huge pillars. That was just a mortal method, it was not a threat to them. Puff puff puff. A soft sound was heard, completely covered by the howling of the wind and snow. More little snow monsters emerged from the snowdrifts. It has only been a while, but these snow monsters are showing signs of being stubborn. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He could only continue to use sword marks targeting death to kill more desolate beast snow monsters. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the seemingly endless small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was that no matter how many snow monsters he killed, whether they were desolate beasts or not, he did not obtain any reckless savage true meaning. This earthly calamity is very strange, there are no records of it in history. But the current intensity has already far surpassed He Lolan's immortal ascension tribulation. At this time, the whirlpool formed by the wind and snow in the sky changed again. One by one, cranes flapped their wings and flew out of the whirlpool. These cranes had pure and simple feathers, their bodies were elegant and graceful, their cries were extraordinary, they were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips, and with a bloodthirsty intent, he stood up straight. After killing one, there was indeed true meaning in fusion. Fang Yuan could not help but become even more excited, his eyes almost shining brightly. Snow flew everywhere, strong winds howled, Fang Yuan and the group of 9 palace cranes engaged in an intense battle. His figure retreated and advanced, he moved left and right, up and down, agilely changing. At first, he fought alone, he was inevitably at a disadvantage, he was passive. After he killed a few 9 palace cranes, he fought for a wider space, he could advance and retreat more freely. As the results of the battle increased, he gradually grasped the initiative, he began to fight with ease. This time, 9 palace cranes appeared, more than double the number of Iron Crown Eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan one by one, just that he spent a lot more time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel that all aspects of his attainment levels had improved greatly. This feeling of clearly making people feel stronger was so intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the densely packed snow monsters on the ground, his heart instantly sank. Earlier, he had only faced 10 or so desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were growing, the desolate beast snow monsters were also getting closer to ancient rank. This situation was getting more intense, Fang Yuan was determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the third sword move. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Wave Triple Layered. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, more than 60% of his concentration was focused, he activated more than 500 mortal goo, as well as more supplementary goo worms. This killer move's difficulty and preparation time were much higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used frequently. Finally, Fang Yuan released Wave Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was like a blade, it expanded in the air, soon turning into a ring of blue water that surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters on the ground, but at this time, a huge shadow loomed over him. Fang Yuan raised his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that a huge ruin bat had formed. It was flying in the sky, covering an area of 100 li. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruin bat was huge. It was an ancient desolate beast. It could battle rank 7 Gu immortals. Chapter 1063. This is just the first earthly calamity. Not only are there so many desolate beast snow monsters, there is even an ancient ruin bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a huge shadow that covered Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the wind and snow weakened. The snow monsters also stopped roaring and howling. They looked up at this domineering beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used a luck path killer move to increase my current luck. Since the tribulation, I have also been using dog shit luck immortal Gu without stopping. Such luck should have reduced the power of the earthly calamity by a lot. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so difficult. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He forced himself to focus. The ancient ruin bat drew an elegant arc in the sky. Its huge body was like a mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. At once, the pressure was unparalleled. Even the air was compressed. It was so heavy that it pressed down. Sword path killer move, sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it head-on, using his third sword move. Swoosh! A loud sound echoed. The sword waves around him suddenly started to move, surging and surging, rolling up hundreds and thousands of waves. These ripples were bright silver in color. They were extremely sharp and had shocking killing power. The huge wave surged and moved in defiance of heaven, spreading out in the air, forming a wave that was several li long, crashing into the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It actually shattered this wave. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. With a swoosh, another huge wave was created. This wave was even bigger than the first wave. It stretched for more than 10 li. There were countless silver ripples at the tip of the wave. It was dazzling and gave off an intense feeling of danger. Wherever the sword wave went, it was pure. The wind and snow were instantly cleared. Even the air was cut apart. Evidently, this was a group attack killer move. With rank 7 wave sword immortal Gu as the core. There were also several water path immortal Gu supporting it. These water path immortal Gu were naturally borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. The second sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ruin bat's descent suddenly paused. At the same time, it let out a howl as if it was venting its pain. The sword wave didn't last long and quickly faded away. Fang Yuan saw that the ancient ruin bat's body was filled with deep sword scars. Under normal circumstances, ruin bats would seek luck and avoid calamity. When they felt that their lives were threatened, they would retreat on their own accord. Unfortunately, this ancient ruin bat was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from an earth calamity, so it did not stop at all after being injured. It continued to dive down. He would not give up until he killed Fang Yuan. The ruin bat was a space path monster. Against it, Fang Yuan's sword escape immortal Gu had little effect. Because of the space around Fang Yuan, they had all been affected by the ruin bat's power. It looked like a distance of 1 or 2 steps, but if one really walked, it would take hundreds or thousands of steps. Blindly dodging was the worst strategy. Although the ruin bat's flying speed was slow, the space path power also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way was to resist, to attack and destroy the source. That was the best strategy. Thankfully, the sword wave was stacked 3 times. It could send out 3 sword wave waves, each wave stronger than the previous. The third wave. The sword wave rose to a height of 30 feet. It charged towards the ancient ruin bat like a tidal wave. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The waves emitted sharp sword light, it was dazzling. Even Fang Yuan, the culprit, felt his body tighten as a chill rose in his heart. Boom! The sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ancient ruin bat's momentum stopped, it raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a painful howl. The sword wave covered its abdomen, it continued to penetrate through the wound, it was expended rapidly. Eventually, there was only a trace of water left, it barely penetrated the ancient ruin bat's back. Bam! With a muffled sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down, its huge body became very slim. The terrifying aura that was originally as majestic as a mountain had already dissipated. Fang Yuan felt his whole body relax and free. The invisible space path power that had affected the space around him completely disappeared. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat was like a kite with its string cut. After floating for a while, it smashed heavily into the ground. With a loud sound, snow flew into the air. Killed it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression suddenly changed. A large amount of comprehension poured into his heart like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This comprehension surpassed the sum of all the previous comprehension. In an instant, it destroyed Fang Yuan's self-awareness. Fang Yuan forgot himself. It was like he had truly become a ruin bat, from birth, to growth, to death. He floated in the air, passed through the universe, and traveled freely in the vast world. After being dazed for a while, Fang Yuan woke up, his dazed eyes shined with bright light again. It seems that I gained too much comprehension, I am like a snake swallowing a whale, I am in danger of dying from overeating. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good, it was a supreme shortcut to raising one's attainment level. But in this world, one had to know when to stop. After overdoing it, good things would often cause harm to others. Too much Reckless Savage's true meaning would completely destroy the Gu Immortal's self-awareness. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a wisdom path foundation. One of his defensive immortal Gu was a wisdom path immortal Gu borrowed from the land spirit of Langia. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's will would be destroyed by the true meaning. He might really think that he was a ruin bat and lose his consciousness, dying from the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. I don't have much immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruin bat was killed. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the ground. After the ruin bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of snow and dissipated. But there were already 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground, there were countless small snow monsters, and even ancient snow monsters that were 70 feet tall were starting to appear. Damn it, I only wasted some time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt unwell. The dense group of snow monsters made him feel increasingly helpless. To get rid of these snow monsters, it seems that I need to borrow an immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan was not willing. The previous transaction had already cleared his debt, but he had no choice now, he could only borrow again. The snowstorm that had weakened earlier. It started to get stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes fluttered in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They wreaked havoc everywhere. 2 ancient ruin bats started to form in the wind and snow. Fang Yuan's body shook, his expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die, how is this an earthly calamity? Even a heavenly tribulation isn't this terrifying. Of course, this was just a simple complaint. After venting a little, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He took the initiative to attack. That ancient ruin bat had nearly taken his life. If 2 of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Fang Yuan, there was no way he could continue fighting. It seemed that the power of the earthly calamity was starting to weaken and was nearing its end. The 2 ancient ruin bats took form slowly, and were not as fast as the previous ones. Fang Yuan planned to take the initiative while the 2 ancient ruin bats were still forming. But at that moment, a snowstorm suddenly fell from the sky. There were several huge snowballs. Like a carriage, they came crashing down at high speed. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainments. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a closer look and saw that the culprits were the snow monsters on the ground. After being nurtured by the wind and snow, the number of ancient snow monsters increased exponentially. Previously, there were only a few, but now, there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists. They could form snowballs out of thin air. After roaring, they shook their arms. The carriage-sized snowballs moved like meteors. They flew into the air and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These two ancient ruin bats were not easy to deal with. Now that these snowballs were coming at him fiercely, they were obstructing his movements. If they delayed his battle plan and allowed the two ancient ruin bats to form, Fang Yuan's tribulation would end in failure. Just as Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture and was in a dangerous situation, in the icy plain, someone was undergoing tribulation as well. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. He attracted heaven and earth chi, forming a tribulation. "Master, save me!" The Gu Master screamed, facing the frost lightning. He had no strength to retaliate, he could only watch as death descended upon him. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure blocked the tribulation Gu Master. To the Gu Master, the frost lightning was unstoppable, but in front of this figure, it was as fragile as paper. The frost lightning disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It returned without any effect, not even a corner of that figure's clothes were damaged. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master was filled with shock. Since the start of the tribulation, he had been in awe and shock, he was already numb to it. This is just a flying frost-jumping lightning tribulation, it is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless, he looked at the remaining frost lightning in his hand as he said regretfully. "Master, from what you are saying, it seems like this tribulation is not strong enough?" The Gu Master said. Chu Du said frankly, "When a Gu Master ascends, heaven and earth chi will enter their body. During this process, they will come into contact with Providence. If the Gu Master asks any questions about cultivation, Providence will answer them. This is what people call natural inspiration." Chapter 1064. Chu Du people called him Domination Immortal. He was a legend in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born poor, he did not have a Huang gene bloodline, his starting point was very low, he only awakened his aperture by luck. Without a master or clan to guide him, he cultivated alone. He mainly cultivated strength path, but was not restricted by the predicament of strength path. Instead, he relied on his overflowing talent to forcefully create gene strength Gu, strength of 10 gene Gu, June strength Gu, strength of 10 June Gu and so on with his own strength. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step, under the shocked gazes of the world, he finally shed his mortal body and became a Gu Immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. Standing on the level of a Gu Immortal, he organized and created the human June strength path. This small path gave the declining strength path an intense boost of strength, it was like life force was injected into a dead tree, causing strength path to blossom with a brand new aura. After the beast strength phantom path and chi heaven and earth path, the human June strength path was added to the strength path, it was recognized by the world. With his strength alone, he changed the structure of strength path. No one could deny his grand achievement. Up until now, most of the Gu Masters in Northern Plains cultivated strength path, they walked on the human June strength path. Fate was a mysterious thing, normal people could not predict it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought they would meet under such circumstances. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, because of the ancient ruin bat's power, a part of the aperture wall of his immortal aperture was destroyed, it connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, Chu Du was protecting his disciple, dealing with the immortal ascension tribulation and absorbing Reckless Savage's true meaning. The northern icy plain was huge, but the two of them chose to undergo tribulation at such a close distance. Even though they were separated by 1,000 li, their gazes met at the first moment. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation, he had one hand behind his back while the other held the frost lightning, he was calm and composed. Fang Yuan's white robe fluttered. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he was covered in injuries, but his battle intent was overwhelming, it was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura made Chu Du frown slightly. Someone is undergoing immortal aperture tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside was clearly the Reckless Savage's true intent, manifested through the world's calamities. This person has a peerless method that can replicate a Gu Master's immortal ascension, using Reckless Barbarian's method to strengthen himself. Chu Du was filled with shock and ecstasy. Domination immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart, this guy is protecting someone else's tribulation, he must be after the true meaning of Reckless Savage. Shit, if he sees my current situation, he'll definitely take the initiative to find trouble with me. The immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from the land spirit of Langia was extremely tempting to domination immortal Chu Du, as long as I get his dermic formulation, why would I need to work so hard to train my disciple to become an immortal? I can trigger the true meaning of Reckless Savage during my tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were stronger, and there were more true meanings. The efficiency was superb. I have to get that magic. With that, Chu Du shot toward Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He was called Domination Immortal, back when he advanced to rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him, but was beaten half to death by him. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but 3 lone immortals were killed by the newly ascended Chu Du. He chased them for hundreds of thousands of li, killing the 3 immortals one after another. 100 years later, Chu Du and Lu tribe's Gu immortals had conflicts, they fought for more than 10 rounds. Lu tribe's Gu immortals could not beat them, they begged for mercy, Chu Du did not hesitate and killed them. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals, Chu Du could not fight them with 2 fists. He concealed himself for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He caused trouble everywhere, destroying 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. Lu tribe's 3 immortals chased after him, but he did not retreat, not only did he kill them, he almost entered Lu tribe's headquarters. Chu Du surrounded Lu tribe's blessed land, not leaving. Lu tribe's first supreme elder returned in anger, Chu Du fought with him for 300 rounds, Lu tribe's first supreme elder was an experienced rank 7, but he could not do anything to Chu Du, he could only let him leave in the end. This battle caused Chu Du's reputation to soar, the Gu immortal world learned of his domineering style. Not a single Gu immortal dared to look down on him anymore. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they would have to think twice before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du concealed his traces, he mainly cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Recently, he only appeared in front of Northern Plains immortals when he participated in the Northern Plains auction. It turned out that back then, Chu Du's strength rose sharply and he defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured several Gu masters and protected them in their immortal ascension, allowing his strength path attainment level to reach Grandmaster. He created his own immortal killer move. When the time was ripe, he used the chance when Lu tribe was weak to attack them, not only did he take revenge, he also established his reputation. These last years, he had been hiding in the northern icy plain, diligently excavating the huge treasure of Reckless Savage's true meaning. When Chu Du saw Fang Yuan, he not only coveted Fang Yuan's method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he was also furious that his treasure was discovered and stolen. Thus, he did not think much, he attacked directly, he wanted to capture Fang Yuan and interrogate him about the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. 1,000 li was nothing to Gu immortals. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Chu Du slowly stretched out his right palm, aiming at Fang Yuan, who was in the quasi-immortal aperture, but a sword light had already shot towards him. His reaction was fast, but Fang Yuan's reaction was even faster. Almost at the first moment, Fang Yuan activated sword marks targeting death, shooting out the immortal Gu flying sword. After a long time, a gust of wind blew. Fang Yuan's dazed eyes regained some clarity. Did I succeed? He looked at the falling ancient ruin bat in the sky, muttering subconsciously. Soon, the thoughts in his mind became more abundant, allowing him to think even more. One ancient ruin bat was finally killed by him. But there was one left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. A twisted expression appeared on his pale face as he continued to attack the ancient ruin bat. What happened next was much easier. Fighting an ancient ruin bat alone, Fang Yuan's pressure was greatly reduced, more thoughts appeared in his mind, he could think more, he could deal with the ruin bat's attacks calmly and wisely. But he did not dare to relax at all. It would be terrible if another ancient ruin bat was condensed. Even worse was domination immortal Chu Du, who was outside. If he entered, Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire, it would be worse than dying in the calamity and tribulation. But eventually, the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Fang Yuan killed the third ancient ruin bat, but no more ruin bats appeared. Chu Du was nowhere to be seen. The calamity and tribulation have stopped. This calamity and tribulation is over. Fang Yuan looked down helplessly. This place had turned into a land of ice and snow. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were roaring, they were still looking at him fiercely. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough, I don't have many resources, I will leave these snow monsters here for now. They alone cannot break through the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to a layer of heaven. His injuries were severe, he needed to recuperate. While healing, he needed to prepare for battle. Even though Chu Du could not enter the sovereign immortal aperture, he would definitely stay here and guard this place. This was obvious. Putting himself in his shoes, Strength Path Gu immortal Chu Du, who wanted to absorb Reckless Savage's true meaning wholeheartedly, how could he give up on this huge fortuitous opportunity? Back then, against the super force Lu tribe, Chu Du did not leave. He guarded Lu tribe's blessed land until Lu tribe's first supreme elder arrived and fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone, how could he match Lu tribe? Even with Langya blessed land, he could not match Lu tribe. The battle strength of those hairy man Gu immortals could not be counted on. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture wall, he could find other helpers. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I return the immortal aperture to my body, can I use sword escape to escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword escape immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. If I want to change directions, I need to stop, this is a weakness. It is effective against ordinary Gu immortals, but against domination immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move to have any hope. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew down the first layer of heaven. Just as he was in the sky of the tribulation, the snow monsters on the ground sensed Fang Yuan's traces, they roared at him. Many ancient snow monsters raised their arms and threw snowballs at Fang Yuan. Sighing, Fang Yuan flew away helplessly. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still here. I can only ignore them for now. There is nothing in this immortal aperture that they can destroy. I have sword escape immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. I have more hope in blood path. Next, I need to modify mortal killer moves and create immortal level blood path killer moves, using blood asset immortal goo as the core for movement. The enemy was cruel, they were using these cannon fodder to wear down his primeval essence. When the experts among the bandits joined the battle, he did not have as much primeval essence as the enemy, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Right at this time, intense wind sounds could be heard from the sky. The wind was huge, it was like the roar of a desolate beast. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, someone exclaimed, "Oh no! It's a golden thread tornado." Western Desert's tornadoes were divided into golden threads, silver threads, iron threads, copper threads, and others, they all had different strengths. Golden thread tornadoes were very powerful, even rank 4 goo masters would die if they got caught in them. The feathermen panicked, the bandits were also in a mess, like gunpowder exploding, they roared as they charged towards the caravan with ruthless expressions. They wanted to take down this caravan before the golden thread tornado engulfed this place, then leave with the precious goods. "Hold on!" the Featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was terrifying, Feathermen would die if they got caught in it. But they were born with the ability to fly, they were in a much better situation than human goo masters. This fierce battle had entered a white-hot stage. Almost every second, someone was losing their lives. Hanli hid among the goods and defended himself. His cultivation level was low, he was not eye-catching, the bandits felt that he was not a threat. Hanli was indeed not a threat, his primeval essence was already expended, he was no different from an ordinary person. The fireballs and wind blades on the battlefield rarely affected Hanli, because of the goods around Hanli, both sides chose to hold back. The tornado was extremely fast, it was still at the edge of the sky earlier, but it soon arrived near the battlefield. Winds blew, sand flew in the sky, landing on Han Li's body, it was numbing and painful. Retreat! Although the bandit leader was very unwilling, the wise leader still yelled and chose to retreat. The bandits were like a gust of wind, they were covered in injuries and had bloodshot eyes, they came and left quickly. Quick! Move these goods away. The Featherman leader's injuries were terrifying, but at this crucial moment, he placed the goods first. The Feathermen were busy saving the goods, no one cared about Hanli. The tornado attacked, Hanli was sucked into it uncontrollably. Many Feathermen and a large number of goods were in the same situation as him. Hanli was swept into the wind, the world was spinning around him, he could not tell which direction he was in. His body was like a willow, dancing in the wind, he was in danger. Bang, he did not know if he crashed into a rock or the goods. He fainted immediately. After a long time, he woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man sat in front of him. He said weakly. Who are you?" Hanli was still in a daze. Hong Yi was sighing inwardly, when suddenly, a wild sword path goo worm came out from the grass, flying towards him and entering the sword sheath goo in his hand. Hong Yi was stunned, he could not speak for a moment. Southern border, a nameless mountain. The night sky was shrouded in heavy rain. Xianxia, you will die here today. A short and muscular man walked towards the peak of the mountain with his arms behind his back. Over there, 3 goo masters were defending the perilous area. 1 man and 2 women. One of the female goo masters was heavily injured, she was Xianxia's servant Little Lan. The other female goo master had smooth black hair, her skin was white as snow, she was extremely beautiful, it was Xianxia. Looking at the person, Xianxia smiled bitterly, "Shang Bai Shi. To think it was really you, why must we fight among ourselves?" Shang Bai Shi laughed loudly, "Father is dead, big brother is dead, Chao Feng is also dead. As long as I kill you, my 8th brother will become Shang clan leader. Thus, you must die tonight. Shang Xianxia heard this and felt like she was hit by a formless force, her body shook and she almost fell to the ground. Her tone was extremely mournful. Just for the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is so cold-blooded and heartless? Shang Baishi sneered, yes, you saved my 8th brother's life, but so what? You want him to repay your kindness and hand over the position of clan leader to you? Humph, the position of Shang clan leader is an authority above everyone else. You are too soft-hearted, how can you compete with my 8th brother? Shang Xianxia shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think about the position of clan leader. Precisely so, you ended up like this. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xianxia, why bother talking to such a despicable person? Yi Fan's brows furrowed, his tone was filled with disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, leave. He only wants my life, I will give it to him. You are an outsider, there is no need to get involved. Leave quickly. Shang Xianxia pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I am not leaving. Yi Fan shouted, Lady Xianxia, you saved me, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, how can I leave like this? Humph, you make it sound so good. But even if you want to leave, you cannot. Today, all 3 of you will die without a doubt. Shang Xianxia, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all 3 of you, will the survivors slander my 8th brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he walked closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, even though he was heavily injured and could not even stand properly, he had to block in front of Shang Xianxia. A man. Shang Baishi evaluated indifferently, before waving his hand and knocking Yi Fan to the ground. If you were at your peak condition, I would still be wary of you. But your primeval essence is already exhausted, you are no threat at all. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi laughed loudly, walking closer to Shang Xianxia. Shang Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, giving up on pointless resistance. Before dying, a man's figure suddenly appeared in the deepest part of her heart. A thought appeared uncontrollably, how good would it be if she could see him one last time before she died? But after waiting for a while, Shang Baishi did not attack. Shang Xianxia opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Shang Baishi standing motionlessly in front of her, just a few steps away from her. However, he was as stiff as a stone statue, and his terrified expression was frozen. Humph, for some power and wealth, you disregard family, you are the scum of our Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are? Shang Xianxia was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xianxia in admiration, consoling warmly, don't be afraid, I am your Shang clan's ancestor, Shang Qing. I have decided, from this moment onwards, you will succeed as Shang clan leader. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm, being tortured day and night. Furthermore, he needed to refine fixed immortal travel while his luck was good, this would greatly increase his chances of success. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Master, how long do we have to stay here? The newly advanced strength path rank 6 Gu Immortal asked weakly. Domination Immortal Chu Du stood on the icy plain, looking at the palm-shaped crater on the ground, he sighed. He did not answer his disciple, instead falling into regret. I was too rash before. How could I have acted without thinking? Since he knows the method to extract Reckless Savage's true meaning, be it an immortal killer move or an immortal Gu house, it will not be easy for me to obtain it. Even if I kill him, I need to guard against his soul self-detonation, otherwise, it will be a waste of my efforts, I will lose this huge opportunity to seek the Tao. I should have been more cautious, at least I should have tried peaceful means before resorting to violence. Now that the other party has fixed the loophole, he is inside the immortal aperture, it is easy to defend and hard to attack, I have no way to break through. It is not too late to make up for it. Maybe I can discuss with him? Right, I still have his sword path immortal goo, that is a bargaining chip. Ever since then, there were few traces of him, he had been cultivating in seclusion. These last days, Fang Yuan had not only deduced blood path killer moves, he was also trying to gather information on Chu Du, but most of the information was from 100 years ago, it was outdated. At this time, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. This aunt of He Lulan had mountain pledge immortal goo, she had a wide network of people, she had many dealings with the demonic path, righteous path, and lone cultivators. If she was still alive, he would definitely be able to gather more information on Chu Du. Even though Langya's sect is powerful, it has been in seclusion for many years, it has only recently started to actively enter the world. In terms of information, it cannot compare to Fairy Li Shan. Information path, this is my weakness, I need to make up for it in the future. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a moment. He thought about the Battle of Rising Heaven Mountain. Ah, that was a huge trap. Fang Yuan recalled it now, his heart was still pounding. He was able to survive because of the fight between two giants, he, an ant, gained a huge advantage in the end. There was a lot of luck involved in the narrow escape from death. Speaking of which, it was because his information path attainment was not high enough, and he did not have enough information. If Fang Yuan had known about this, he would have changed his plans. But even if I have Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I am afraid I cannot obtain any crucial information. Tian Mountain's waters are too deep. In the 500 years of my previous life, it was not this big. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. Undeniably, he had regained his life, he could think of problems with ease. It was not something his immortal zombie body could compare to. Adding on his wisdom path grandmaster attainment, with the help of many wisdom path methods, his thoughts were even more meticulous and agile than in the 500 years of his previous life. In this aspect, he had already surpassed his own level in history. Even though he deduced blood torrent, he still had to practice it, and during the process, he had to modify it. Creating an immortal killer move did not mean he did not care about it. The Goo Immortal still needed to modify it, refine it, or even modify it. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori created Hataru, he refined it countless times and modified it 3 to 4 times. Even so, he was not satisfied with it. For some immortal killer moves, not only would the creator spend his or her entire life modifying them, even the inheritors of the immortal killer moves would participate in the modification. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This immortal killer move had been modified many times by the generations of Heaven's Envy Manor's Goo Immortals. Precisely because of this immortal killer move became Heaven's Envy Manor's signature move, it was famous in Central Continent and intimidated everyone. Fang Yuan's blood path immortal killer moves were still newly created, they were far from reaching the level of Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the next few days, Fang Yuan practiced Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo. The continuous practice deepened his experience, he had a deeper understanding of the usage of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. During the practice, he continued to make adjustments. Eventually, he did not continue to add Mortal Goo to Blood Torrent, instead, he reduced a portion of it from the original foundation. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape because I need it to twist and turn. The moment the Sword Escape stopped, I was about to activate Blood Torrent. This time is too short, so it is troublesome to have too many Mortal Goo. Not only does it waste precious time and increase the difficulty in activating it, even if I increase the speed by a little, the effect is minimal. It's about time, I should try to store my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chu Du. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to deduce more blood path killer moves, there was no need for that. Ever since he obtained blood asset Immortal Gu, he had used this Immortal Gu as the core. Using his 500 years of accumulation of mortal killer moves, he successfully deduced life-risking Blood Seal, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent, these 3 blood path killer moves. Doing this much was enough. After all, he only had one blood asset Immortal Gu. After using this blood path killer move, he could not use other blood path killer moves at the same time. In other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other Immortal Gu instead. Ever since the Battle of Tian Mountain, he had lost almost all of his Gu worm accumulations. Right now, his Gu worms were of many paths, they were chaotic and not systematic. But he had no choice now, he could only use them for now. But if I am given another chance, I will still choose Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had no hesitation. Even though Fang Yuan was guarding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. He had to guard against Chu Du asking for help, or setting up immortal battlefield killer moves in the icy plain. All in all, the longer he stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the entire immortal aperture world started to tremble. The tremors became larger. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an extremely fast speed, it was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, when Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he was already in the outside world, in the northern icy plain. There was no wind or snow. The pale sunlight shone on this flat and vast ice continent. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his attention. Divine light shined in his eyes as he looked around and saw Chu Du domination Immortal Chu Du. Just like Fang Yuan expected, he had been staying here, he did not leave. But out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Chu Du's attitude was different. Fellow Immortal, wait, wait. Chu Du did not attack, he smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan, his voice was very gentle, there was no killing intent in it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "Sir, are you going to resort to violence first?" I am ashamed, I am ashamed." Chu Du actually admitted his mistake, he said in an apologetic tone, "I was too rash earlier. Because seeing the scene of your tribulation, it had a huge impact on my future cultivation. Thus, at that moment, my mind was shaken and I attacked rashly. After thinking about it, it was too late for regrets." On one side, Fang Yuan stared at Chu Du, keeping his guard up. On the other side, he was using many methods to investigate the surrounding environment. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du suggested, "Friend, I have no intention of being enemies with you, I only care about the trick you use to activate Reckless Savage's true meaning. I want to make a deal with you." "Deal?" Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he said in a careful tone, "It is not impossible, as long as the price you offer can move my heart." Chu Du's face shone with joy. But immediately after, Fang Yuan said, "But before we make a deal, you purposely interfered with my tribulation, we need to settle the score first. My compensation will definitely satisfy you, fellow Celestial." Chu Du immediately followed up with a very sincere attitude. Even Fang Yuan was a little surprised, was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan became even more wary of Chu Du. This person was flexible, he was a man of character. Anyone who looked down on him because of this would be an idiot. Domination Immortal Chu Du was extremely flashy, or perhaps it could be said that he was extremely reckless. He flew past him with a rumbling sound. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried that Sword Escape Immortal Gu could only fly in a straight line, he used Blood Torrent to make up for this weakness. To think that domination immortal Chu Du's weakness was even worse than his. The situation changed instantly. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly. He decided not to leave. It was easy for him to escape now and shake off Chu Du. As long as he was careful, he would be invincible. Interesting. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He decided to continue discussing with Chu Du. Chu Du saw that Fang Yuan had stopped flying in the sky. He was overjoyed. So close, it seems that my flying sword Immortal Gu is quite useful. He is still unwilling to part with me. Fang Yuan waited for Chu Du to fly over. When he reached a certain distance, he raised his palm. Stop, we can talk at this distance. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage in movement, it was better to maintain a certain distance. Chu Du immediately stopped and smiled. His face was covered in dirt and grime. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Brother Chu's elegance is astonishing. It has truly broadened my horizons. What is the name of this killer move? It is so powerful, even my sword escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Practice by Strength. I created it after meticulous research. It uses the strength path Dao marks of my immortal body to increase my speed. But there is a huge flaw. I can only move forward in a straight line. I cannot change my direction during flight. I cannot even retreat. I have not practiced it enough. In this urgent situation, I have to embarrass myself. Chu Du actually admitted his shortcomings. He had a heroic attitude. His demeanor was truly admirable. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is truly amazing. Even if you fight normally, in the huge northern plains, who can force you to use this move to retreat? Thank you for your praise. Northern Plains Gu immortal world is unfathomable. Chu Du, only have some reputation. The more I cultivate, the more I realize how insignificant I am. In Northern Plains, there are definitely not just the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Among rank 7s, there are also experts that I am wary of. You are one of them. I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't know your name or background at all. Chu Du's smile carried a trace of bitterness. He was not being polite, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Fang Yuan did not understand domination immortal Chu Du. Chu Du did not understand Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan activated sword escape Immortal Gu. The speed was so fast that Chu Du was shocked. After all, in terms of straight line speed, sword escape Immortal Gu could compare to Chi escape of the same rank. He had already decided, no matter the cost, he had to get this method. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh again. The reason why it is hard to say is because I have not thought of what I want to trade with you. Chu Du's nose almost turned crooked from anger. After all this time, you have such a troubled expression. It is because you have not thought of it yet? Chu Du frowned, his tone turning deep. Did Sir purposely stop to make fun of me? Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not. Fang Yuan immediately said, all Gu immortals face calamities and tribulations. They have countless needs. It is just that I have not thought of how to make the transaction that will be of the greatest help to my cultivation. How about this? Let me think for a while. After I think about it, I will give you an answer. Chapter 1070. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure that was already far away in the horizon, Chu Du was still looking at him, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it right or wrong of me? Chu Du's gaze flickered. But soon, he smiled bitterly, thinking, even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? I can't catch him at all with my abilities, nor can I catch up to him. If I use force, this person has a mysterious background, he is not easy to deal with. If he ends up in my hands and explodes his soul, where can I get that method? However, looking at his attitude, he should be sincere in his transaction. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why would he stay and negotiate with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan earlier. He thought about it for a long time. feeling that Fang Yuan was very sincere. Even though Fang Yuan did not mention anything important, his words were all half-hearted. But it was precisely because of this that Chu Du felt that this was far more sincere than saying all kinds of flowery words and carelessly guaranteeing anything. Of course, what gave him the most confidence was not Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword Immortal Gu that he was holding. This is a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Even a legendary person like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew without encountering any accidents. Land Spirit of Langia had already arranged for Hairy Man Gu Immortals to coordinate with him, setting up an Immortal Battlefield Killer move and a Teleportation Immortal Gu formation. But getting away from Chu Du was very easy. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, the Immortal Battlefield Killer move to intercept Chu Du was no longer necessary. After picking up the Battlefield Killer move, Fang Yuan used the Immortal Gu formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You clearly have dog shit luck Immortal Gu to protect you. You actually met Chu Du, this does not make sense. Did you fall into someone else's scheme? Langya Land Spirit's first sentence was very direct when he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time. With the protection of dog shit luck Immortal Gu, my luck should not be bad. Could it be that my earthly disaster was too violent, so all the luck I gained was used to reduce the earthly disaster? Fang Yuan had this speculation in his mind. But he could not tell the Land Spirit of Langia. He was a human Gu immortal after all. Although he had joined the Langya sect. However, there was still a gap between the two races. Just like earlier, when Fang Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, the Land Spirit of Langia took the chance to fish for benefits from him. If that's the case, then the earthly calamity that I have to face has actually been greatly reduced by luck. In that case, how powerful would a true earthly disaster be? Thinking of this, a chill immediately rose in Fang Yuan's heart. His tribulation this time was simply a narrow escape from death. Life and death hung by a thread, and it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that this had completely surpassed the level of an earthly disaster. Even the 10 catastrophes couldn't compare to Fang Yuan's catastrophe. Don't forget, I even transported many people. My dog shit luck might have been distributed evenly, that's why the effect is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself, but said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of bad luck, someone might really be plotting against me. Fang Yuan's identity had already been completely exposed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Be it the otherworldly demon, spring-autumn cicada, or the secret of destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower, they were all known to everyone. Whether it was the Celestial Court, or the Shadow Sect, or the Huang Jin tribes of Northern Plains, they were all likely to be plotting against Fang Yuan. Chapter 1071. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained a new life. The question that he had been thinking about the most was which path he should take in his future cultivation. In his previous life, he chose Blood Path because Blood Path could be cultivated quickly and had great power, it could be used to nurture battles, it had little need for cultivation resources. Moreover, he only had one fortuitous encounter in his previous life. To him, Blood Path had the greatest future prospects. After rebirth, he abandoned Blood Path and chose Strength Path because this was not the 5 regions chaotic war, everything was orderly and orderly, Blood Path had no chance of making a name for itself. The other reason was his circumstances. Fang Yuan searched through his memories, finding fortuitous encounters that suited his current situation and could be used. And these fortuitous encounters were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they both had flaws. Blood Path's situation was not good, everyone wanted to kill it. Be it Gu Masters or Gu Immortals, if they chose to cultivate Blood Path, once they were discovered, they would be ostracized by the entire world. Strength Path was also declining, even though Domination Immortal Chu Du added Human June Strength Path to Strength Path, it could not hide the awkwardness of Strength Path's decline. To speak the truth, these two paths were not the best choice. Fang Yuan himself concluded, after rebirth, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters. Wisdom Path, Luck Path, Theft Path, some of these fortuitous encounters were extremely outstanding. For example, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star Lord Wanxiang Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path, these two paths were undoubtedly much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Moreover, having an inheritance and not having an inheritance were two completely different things. The former was cultivation. One could use the wisdom of predecessors to advance step by step. One could advance bravely and have a promising future. The latter was like a blind man groping an elephant. One would be at a loss and without a clue, they would struggle and grope their way forward. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in the 500 years of his previous life, then as long as the situation allowed, he would definitely choose Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main one, while Star Lord Wanxiang Star Path Inheritance and one of Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritances were supplementary. He would become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Because in terms of potential and future, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance was the most outstanding. There were few Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. In the Gu Immortal world, it was very precious, it was welcomed and also feared. He had both the inside and the face. However, in order to truly choose a path, one could not just look at the future. One had to look at the present as well. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance came from a rank 8 Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court, it had been perfected by many generations of inheritors, it had great prospects. However, if one cultivated this legacy, they would be able to do so. One of his weaknesses was that he wasn't good at fighting. The most obvious advantage of this true inheritance was that it was proficient in divination. To make up for this weakness, Dongfang Naganori created the immortal killer move Hataru. He had finally made up for some of his shortcomings. Dongfang Naganori's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Because the current situation could be said to be filled with danger. Wuxia. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains Huangjin clans, and so on. Fang Yuan had many enemies. Among the current paths, which one had outstanding battle strength that could allow Fang Yuan to survive the current situation, while also allowing him to display his own specialty, and also taking into account attainment level, inheritances, and other factors. After thinking about it, there was only one path left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was known as using one path to reflect countless paths. Gu Immortals who cultivated Transformation Path could transform into Metal Path, Lightning Path, Sword Path, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that existed since ancient times, that was, when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transformed into different forms, they needed to clear their Dao marks to prevent the Dao marks from interfering with each other or obstructing each other. This flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, his Dao marks did not interfere with each other. When Qi Zai chased after him, he thought that Fang Yuan had grasped the peerless secret of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's ability to transform at will. One could say that Transformation Path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could also be said that Fang Yuan was currently, throughout history, the only two people who were suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. And even more amazing was that once he cultivated Transformation Path, the secret of Fang Yuan's Dao marks not interfering with each other would be perfectly concealed. Fang Yuan could openly use immortal goo of all paths after transformation without arousing suspicion. And after transformation, he could use the immortal goo of the corresponding path to increase his power. For example, transforming into a sword path beast, adding countless sword path Dao marks to his body and using sword path immortal goo, his power would be amplified even more. Even though Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was not high, it did not matter. He had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have a transformation path inheritance, it was not a big issue. Why? Because transformation path killer moves were easy to obtain, transforming into a complete form was a transformation path killer move. As for transformation path's corresponding immortal goo, it was the easiest goo worm among all the paths to refine for commoners. For Fang Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and start anew. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations. For example, Langya blessed land. This generation's land spirit of Langya acknowledged his hairy man identity. If Fang Yuan cultivated it well, he could transform into a hairy man goo immortal and gain his trust and support. If he was chased in the future, he could transform into other things or people and escape. If his current identity was exposed, and he could not move freely in this vast world, he could disguise himself and continue to roam the world. Chapter 1073. Blood deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fangzheng was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal goo. This immortal goo was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the immortal goo remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with vicious lightning fiend. Only after refining blood deity immortal goo could he kill his kin and refine a blood deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the blood deity immortal goo recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this immortal goo recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, wisdom goo could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom, with my blood path and wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce the blood deity immortal goo recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the blood deity immortal goo recipe, to kill Fangzheng and refine a blood deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the blood deity refined from hatred will turn on the master, it is like a double-edged sword. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of goo masters. Wisdom path had countless methods, and emotion path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fangzheng submit and be loyal to him. But this way, Fangzheng would only be influenced by external forces and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed. When refining a blood deity, using these wisdom path methods would erase all the wisdom path Dao marks on his body. Only the purest blood path Dao marks would be left. This way, Fangzheng's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fangzheng's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously, Fangzheng's training was a long process. Blood deity's immortal goo recipe was still far from completion, at least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the blood deity immortal goo recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sections. Blood path goo worms had a characteristic: the cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the blood god's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Feng Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Feng Yuan and approached his goal step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fengzheng's situation, Feng Yuan activated the goo worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fengzheng's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Feng Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langia gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his goo refinement methods. This was Feng Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal goo change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal goo recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Wuxia inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's Shadow sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled, before making transactions one after another. Goo immortals chased after benefits, Defy structure was loose, the transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Wuxia and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunsheng were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Wuxia finally gathered 3 complete sets of goo refinement materials. Yumu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough, it is not safe. Wuxia did not stop buying. To refine goo, he and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The super goo formation that Shadow sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for goo refinement. When Wuxia gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path goo immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's goo immortals. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court! Wuxia could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Wuxia knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal goo to Wuxia. Now that he was killed, the immortal goo was still in Wuxia's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal goo, so the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss' reputation. Gong Sun Liang's capture directly cut off Wuxia's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Wuxia and the rest would not use this route. Gong Sun Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Wuxia was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shi Nu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had just ascended to immortal, their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Wuxia was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way, he would haggle over every penny. Who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him? Eventually, when Wuxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of Gu refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal Gu, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Wuxia and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time, I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Wuxia was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Fang Yuan's side was very comfortable. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langia, even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Fang Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Fang Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, the flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Fang Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langia, Fang Yuan had purposely pawned Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, Fang Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langia extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langia was a little worried that the first Gu refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Chapter 1074. Several days later, in the depths of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shi Nu returned from outside, reporting to Wuxia, Master, old slave has already investigated. Because of the super collapse, there was a huge commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent 3 Gu immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, old slave has already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 groups of desolate beasts to the collapsed area. Adding on the appearance of wild immortal Gu, these 3 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will definitely be very busy. Shi Nu was a rockman. This kind of variant human had Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. With Shi Nu's Earth Path cultivation level, he was like a fish in water in Earth Abyss. Wuxia nodded, you did well in this matter. But providence is everywhere, we cannot be careless. Maybe when I refine Gu, providence will affect these Gu immortals and make them come here, spoiling Shadow Sect's plans. Shi Nu thought about it. Master is right. But in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they break through the obstruction of the beast groups and come here, we will have enough time to react. Wuxia shook his head. You have not seen the true power of providence. It does not only affect Gu immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At that crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might also attack. Shi Nu's expression changed. If the desolate beast groups attack, what should we do? The implication was that his previous preparations to lure in the beast groups, wasn't that just shooting himself in the foot? No matter. My reliance is not on these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts, but on this super Gu formation. It is this super Gu formation. Wuxia said as light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. This could be said to be the safest place in Central Continent at the moment. This super Gu formation covered all aspects. Not only could it conceal providence and defend against wisdom path Gu immortals' deductions, it also had extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities, as well as the miraculous effect of Gu refinement. Spectral soul continued to devour souls in the door of life and death. He took the cultivation memories and experiences of countless Gu immortals as his own. He was spectral soul demon venerable when he was alive. His aptitude and aptitude were at the peak. A lot of formation path and refinement path experiences were absorbed by spectral soul. It saved him a lot of time and energy, allowing him to push his formation path, refinement path, and many other paths to the level of a great grandmaster. And this super Gu formation was personally designed by spectral soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Wuxia was using this super Gu formation to refine Gu. It was a wise move. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts attacked, he could use the super Gu formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to attack the super Gu formation and temporarily increase the power of the Gu formation. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like shooting oneself in the foot. Shi Nu's worries were superfluous, because although he had lived here for a long time, he did not know about this Gu formation's marvelous use and battle ability. I did not destroy the spring-autumn cicada, this Gu has providence residing in it. Thus, the location of the super Gu formation was already known by providence. But it doesn't matter, even if the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court come to attack, I have the confidence to defend this place for some time. Moreover, Heaven Overseeing Tower is already destroyed. Even with Fate Gu, the possibility of the Celestial Court finding this place is too small. Wuxia did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan. Then why couldn't he, Wuxia, use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Providence was vast and mighty. It cared about balance and did not hold grudges. Whoever threatened heaven and earth, or threatened the survival of other lifeforms, Providence would target them. Right now, Providence's main target was Fang Yuan. But not Wuxia. Thus, even Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Providence, was of great help to Wuxia. Moreover, in Wuxia's plan, he intended to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and get rid of the Providence inside, truly making this legendary immortal Gu his. However, these were all part of his later plans. Right now, all of Wuxia's thoughts were placed on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was the key to breaking out of his predicament. With this immortal Gu, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea, or a tiger returning to the mountains. There is no time to lose, we will start refining Spring-Autumn Cicada now. Shi Nu, don't resist, I will activate the Gu formation and move you to the formation core, you will assist me in refining the Gu. Wuxia ordered. Yes, master, old slave will do her best, I will not regret it even if I die. Shi Nu quickly accepted the order. After arranging Shi Nu, Wuxia also entered the most central formation core. As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, they had already been placed in the other 2 formation cores. Although it was only rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this Gu refinement not only concerned the future of Shadow Sect, it even faintly affected the situation of the 5 regions. It had great significance. The Gu refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Change form Immortal Gu also began its first attempt at refinement. Fang Yuan stood on Cloud Cover Continent, waiting with a solemn expression as he looked up at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was no longer as sage-like as before, it was mighty and majestic, its muscles bulged and its body was covered in black hair, it floated in the sky with its head raised like a demon god. It opened its mouth and roared, the roar shook heaven and earth, even the clouds could be seen. Traces of light seemed to have been lit up by the roar, spreading over a range of tens of li. Most of these Dao marks are refinement path Dao marks, they are excellent for assisting in Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth and introduced proudly. It roared again. Along with the roar, lumps of light appeared in the sky, each shining with dazzling colors that dazzled people's eyes. What is happening in the sky? Look, the immortals have appeared again. Not long ago, it was the 7-colored heavenly pillar, this time, it is the sky full of colorful stars. What a magnificent sight. His eyes were wide open, looking at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky in shock. The tribulation had not erupted yet, but its might and aura had already surpassed the rank 6 standard in the memories of the land spirit of Langya. In fact, even the standard of a rank 7 immortal Gu could not compare to this tribulation lightning. How can this be? The land spirit of Langya could not understand, he shouted angrily. First Supreme Elder, take charge of the Gu refinement, I will deal with this immortal tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said. No. Most importantly, you cannot leave, your dog shit luck path can protect the immortal Gu. Let me deal with this tribulation, boys, form the ancient battle formation with me. The land spirit of Langya shouted. As he shouted, close to 10 hairy man Gu immortals flew to his side. Silver light flashed, a tall and arrogant silver giant appeared. The number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, heavenly giant solar. Central continent, earth abyss. Huff huff huff. Wuxia breathed roughly, his eyes were bloodshot, he was like a pitiful gambler who was about to lose everything and wanted to win back his losses. Half a month ago, he had tried to refine fixed immortal travel, up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 more chances. I have the Gu formation's help, but I still failed 8 times. The success rate of the human isolation style Gu refinement method is not as high as the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Mu Chun reappears, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Providence also wants to get rid of me. Once I give Providence a chance, it will use the tribulation to show its might. If a random tribulation happens to counter the super Gu formation, it will be troublesome. My first earthly calamity. Calamities and tribulations are so terrifying that they surpass heavenly tribulations. This time, change form Immortal Gu is the same. 20 blue charm shadows appeared at once. If I had encountered this during the earthly calamity, I would have died without a doubt. Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi formed into several iron crown eagles, and 2 or 3 ancient ruin bats. He even encountered many ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of scale, his first earthly calamity was naturally stronger, Fang Yuan barely passed it. But if the earthly calamity he encountered was these 20 blue charm shadows, he would have no chance of survival. When he was undergoing the earthly calamity, the ancient ruin bats had not formed for long. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he used his full strength to destroy these earthly calamities. Fang Yuan was strong in offense and weak in defense, he was making full use of his strengths. But against 20 blue charm shadows, it was a different story. The blue charm shadows were extremely fast, their battle strength was comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave, he might not be able to hit them. Fang Yuan had many rank 7 and 8 immortal Gu, but they were not defensive immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's offense was strong, but his defensive methods were too weak, he was countered by the blue charm shadows. In the end, I developed too quickly, my foundation is not stable, I have many shortcomings. Fang Yuan had this thought. Actually, he had already discovered this problem. But after the Battle of Tian Mountain, time was too tight, he had no time to make up for these shortcomings. 20 blue charm shadows shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. They were fast like lightning, they only left behind several blue marks in Fang Yuan's eyes before they got close. Land Spirit of Lengjia shouted anxiously, using an immortal killer move. The silver giant's body shined with light, within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded, in the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The silver giant's body was huge to begin with, after this transformation, it turned into a heavenly pillar that stood on cloud-covered continent and had an immortal aperture above its head. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook, it used an immortal killer move again. The blue charm shadows had already gotten close to Fang Yuan, but suddenly, a huge wall of light appeared in front of it, it crashed into it and was repelled. After getting out of trouble, the silver giant stretched out its hands, its 10 fingers formed a ball, wrapping Fang Yuan in its palms. The space between its hands was huge, it covered several li of space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad, even though my killer move can defend against the blue charm shadows, it will obstruct your Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central continent, deep in Earth abyss. Wuxia slowly woke up. What happened? This is... Wuxia was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed. I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Wuxia's expression was pale, he clenched his fists. He was annoyed, but also at a loss, he did not know what to do next. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, the super Gu formation that Wuxia was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A wisdom path great expert is deducing me, the super Gu formation's defense is triggered. Wuxia shouted in his mind, his pale face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. Thus, Celestial Court's grotto heaven was extremely vast, the immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's grotto heaven could be completely self-sufficient, it did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 Gu immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's Gu immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan, there had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lien Jiusheng had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Qing, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep, there were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors, or maybe the Gu immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth, it might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lien Jiusheng, Bai Chen Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Sha were only the rank 8 Gu immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea, they could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Shi Nu asked. Wuxia fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Wuxia and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super Gu formation. Although the Super Gu formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way, the Super Gu formation needed Gu immortals to control it. It was like restricting Wuxia and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive, they would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my Shadow Sect, it was also trying to kill Feng Yuan. My body is Feng Yuan's, to a certain extent, I am helping Feng Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that Fixed Immortal Travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end, even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Feng Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that Fixed Immortal Travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Langya Blessed Land, the traitor's 6th heir had already sent a letter to Wuxia asking for forgiveness. Thus, Wuxia knew about Feng Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super Gu formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Z-Wei's deduction ability would be restricted to the Gu formation. This way, Wuxia would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Wuxia. I failed to refine Fixed Immortal Travel, but my cultivation level is only at the bottom of rank 6, it is not as difficult to cross regional walls as rank 7 or 8. Now, I can only work harder and move around the 4 regions to gather all the remaining forces. And even if Celestial Court has rank 6 Fixed Immortal Travel, those rank 8 Gu immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower is also destroyed, I am not afraid of its investigation. I can only abandon this camp. And the people controlling the Gu formation are at least 2 rank 6s, or 1 rank 7. Wuxia thought about it and decided to abandon Shi Nu, leaving with Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. He could be assured of their loyalty, especially He Lulan, followed by Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunsheng. The most important reason was that he would need to cross regional walls many times. When crossing regional walls, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more advantageous it would be. The rank 7 Shi Nu would be a burden instead. Wuxia made his decision and immediately carried it out. Shi Nu had no objections, his loyalty was as clear as the sun and moon. He even handed over all of his Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Wuxia. Wuxia's immortal aperture was a dead land. He stored his goo worms and sent the Rockman tribe into Heilolan's immortal aperture to be nurtured. These things could not be sold. His cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Wuxia only had one way, that was to sell immortal goo. He had many immortal goo. Most of them were obtained from Feng Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Feng Yuan once possessed. In the current goo immortal world, even though there were few strength path goo immortals, this immortal goo caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 goo immortals without immortal goo could afford it. As I expected. I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to cause a commotion, then I will sell other immortal goo. I will be able to get a higher price. Wuxia sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about jewel yellow skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Shah used a goo worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Feng Yuan. But she did not know that Feng Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Wuxia, who was closest to her. As for Feng Yuan, he was hiding in Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Shah's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions, selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength immortal goo in jewel yellow skies? And using fixed immortal travel and other space path immortal goo to exchange for it? It seems that Feng Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, jewel yellow skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies. The heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force jewel yellow skies to expel Wuxia. Chapter 1079. Southern Border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiance dazzling. There was a sea of people on Shangliang Mountain, and it was bustling with noise. The rank 4 peak stage goo master Shangbuli appeared on the peak, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Shangbuli was experienced, at this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Because right now was Shang clan's grand ceremony, it was extremely important. There were representatives from the Tai clan, Yi clan, Wu clan, Ho clan, and other super forces of the southern border. There were also famous experts and heroes from the evil Dao and rogue cultivators. It could be said to be the gathering of the elites of southern border's goo master world. The difference between Shang clan and other super forces was in Shang clan's martial stage policy. The battle stage of other righteous path super forces were targeted at their clans, but Shang clan's battle stage could take in demonic path and lone cultivator goo masters. Shang clan was based on business, and their main base was Shangliang Mountain. Everything was negotiable, and it was the biggest hub of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This did not only apply to the goo master world, it also applied to the goo immortal world. Shang clan's goo immortals were often the middlemen of the righteous path and demonic path. Seeing Shangbuli, countless goo masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that Shang clan ceremony was about to begin. The entire Shangliang Mountain became silent. This made Shangbuli feel even more pressure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. he raised his head and chanted, "Shang clan leader enthronement ceremony, begin." In the next moment, magnificent and beautiful music resounded. Countless colorful birds fluttered in the air, and golden flowers fell from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid scene. From the inside of Shangliang Mountain, a long path of white rainbow light extended outwards. A woman, dressed in splendid attire, walked step by step on the path of white light, appearing in everyone's vision. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were like light willow smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. She was dressed in splendid attire as she slowly made her appearance. It was Shang Xianxia. All of a sudden, countless Gu masters on the mountain subconsciously held their breaths. So beautiful. This is the next clan leader of Shang clan. This woman is so gentle and beautiful. She's practically a female immortal. Where did she come from? Everyone discussed animatedly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. However, these noises were all drowned out by the magnificent and resonant ceremonial music. As for the various VIP seats on the mountain peak, they were occupied by the various superpowers. The experts of the Devil Dao and itinerant cultivators were also watching Shang Xianxia's appearance and secretly communicating with each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. He was not famous, his talent was not good, and his cultivation was weak. To think that in the end, she was the one who became Shang clan leader. Fate makes fools of people. What a pity. Countless heroes died in the Battle of Tian Mountain. All the forces in the southern border are in turmoil. Shuffle the cards again. And that battlefield remains of Tian Mountain has already become the greatest mystery of the southern border. Step by step, Shang Xianxia walked on the light path of the white rainbow. Under everyone's gazes, her clothes fluttered about as she leisurely ascended. She left Shangliang Mountain summit and headed straight for the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights gathered to form a throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at Shang Xianxia. No matter what, as the leader of young Mrs. Guards, I need to plan for her. Shang Yanfei is dead, Shang clan only has 2 capable people left. To prevent them from taking over, we need to quickly promote new people. Xiao Yan, he was a very good candidate. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he also worships Wei Yang. Because of the black and white twin demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young Miss when he was alive. Xiao Yan is also closer to her. Wei Xian looked at Xiao Yan in the crowd as she quickly calculated. In the sky, Shang Xianxia spoke for the first time. It was short but the meaning was deep, making people think deeply. This was not her idea, it was Wei Xian and Zhou Quan's plan. After she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers as Shang Xianxi's figure gradually faded. But the ascension ceremony was not over yet. There would be a day and night of celebration, good food and wine, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, sweeping away the sorrow and dejection of the clan's elite sacrifice. After disappearing from the sky, Shang Xianxia directly appeared in the inner city's city lord's residence. So tired. Without anyone's attention, she relaxed, feeling a deep exhaustion in her body and mind. But she knew now was not the time for her to rest. She started to use goo worms to call her trusted aides. Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan, Wei Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xianxia had things to do. Yi Fan walked on the road with bright light in his eyes. He walked with a majestic gait. Ever since he refused to retreat and protected Shang Xianxia, he obtained Shang Qing's recognition. She gave him a great inheritance and a large number of goo worms. Yi Fan had no direction in his cultivation. After obtaining this inheritance, his future was clear, he no longer lacked goo worms, his future was bright. He could be said to be Xianxia's benefactor, he could freely enter the city lord's residence without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xianxia actually became Shang clan leader, but it is not easy to be a clan leader, not to mention Shang clan's leader. How can I, Yi Fan, watch without doing anything? Thinking of Shang Xianxia, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He was developing feelings for Shang Xianxia, but he did not know how Shang Xianxia felt about him. He knew that Shang Xianxia was in the city lord's residence, thus he came uninvited. Closer, even closer. The final door was right in front of him. He would be able to see Lady Xianxia soon. Yi Fan's footsteps could not help but speed up. He stood at the door, straightening his back and tidying his clothes, about to knock on the door. But he heard Shang Xianxi's voice from inside. Everyone, listen to me first, after becoming clan leader, I want to do something. This matter has been bothering me for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to cancel Brother Black Demon Fangzheng's arrest warrant. Of course, there is also Sister White Demon. Yi Fan was stunned, his finger that was about to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xianxia was discussing with her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu immortals were in Living Treasure Blessed Land planning for southern borders matters. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land, it was their headquarters, it was located in southern border at all times, it was very stable and could allow Gu immortals to enter and leave. This blessed land's door was the Living Treasure door, it liked to dig its nose randomly. After the Battle of Tian Mountain ends, southern borders Gu immortal world will be in chaos for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke slowly. He looked around as he continued, there are 3 major matters in our clan now. First, all the region's zombie alliance have disappeared mysteriously, Southern Borders Zombie Alliance branch is no exception. They occupy a lot of resources, our Shang clan can use them. Second, Tian Mountain is surrounded by a giant dream realm. Our Righteous Path forces need to unite and encircle this place, we need to research it and prevent any demonic path or lone immortals from entering. Third, Tian Mountain's unprecedented gamble ended without any results, but there is an enormous amount of cultivation resources left in Jewel Yellow Skies. And the Gu immortal Gua Lao, who participated in this gamble and is still alive, is the only candidate to inherit this resource. We must control him in our hands. Shang clan's Gu immortals nodded. The 3 major matters that first Supreme Elder mentioned were also major matters in southern borders Gu immortal world, they affected countless people's hearts. I have been paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies, I will not hide it from everyone. Shang Qingqing had just spoken when her expression changed, she cried out, what is going on? Jewel Yellow Skies actually closed. Chapter 1080. Jewel Yellow Skies originated from Daoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu immortal from the medieval antiquity era, he had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel Yellow Skies was the same, it had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of Jewel Yellow Skies was Daoist Duo Bao. Since then, there had never been a successor. Even the generations of Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables could not find the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shang clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Ever since Daoist Duobao created Jewel Yellow Skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu immortals' cultivation, occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu immortals were already used to the existence of Jewel Yellow Skies. Now that Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed, many Gu immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Etion Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in Jewel Yellow Skies. Don't tell me, the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money? Shang clan's first supreme elder shook his head, denying, the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, Jewel Yellow Skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of Jewel Yellow Skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qingqing hurriedly asked. Shang clan's first supreme elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the Jewel Yellow Skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Now, only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Daoist Duobao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the Jewel Yellow Skies. Although he was trapped in the Jewel Yellow Skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel Yellow Skies had devoured the primeval Yellow Skies fragment. From then on, it could only devour Yellow Skies fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records, there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. They sold the primeval Yellow Skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the Jewel Yellow Skies and wholeheartedly devoured the Yellow Skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the first supreme elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was probably the Yellow Skies fragment. Maybe, by combining it with his own soul, he could regain Wisdom Gu's recognition. Of course, this was just Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan tested Wisdom Gu, Land Spirit of Langia was observing from the side. After seeing the result, he sighed faintly, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langia. I wonder if First Supreme Elder has any method to use Wisdom Gu? Land Spirit of Langia stared at Fang Yuan, saying unhappily, there is a simple method. That is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I know of this method. What I want to ask is, are there any other methods? Sigh, there is a method that is not a method. That is, I will feed it Lifespan Gu. If I feed it enough, I might be able to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition. If this method succeeds, Wisdom Gu will belong to me. By then, you will have to give it to me even if you don't want to. Land Spirit of Langia thought of this and chuckled. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. Is it really okay for you to be so direct? Later, it was purposely turned into a blessed land, but refinement cauldron was fused into the immortal aperture world, causing Langya blessed land space to increase instead. It was bigger than many grotto heavens. A vast number of hairy men lived here, forming 3 nations. Countless living beings lived here, generation after generation. Lifespan Gu originated from life. As long as there was life, it was possible for wild lifespan Gu to be born. The space was huge, there were countless people, it had a long history, along with land spirit of Langya's complete control over the blessed land. Once a lifespan Gu was produced, it could be harvested immediately. All these factors combined caused land spirit of Langya to accumulate more and more lifespan Gu. Even though Fang Yuan did not know the exact amount, he could easily guess that it was not a small number. After all, ordinary Gu immortals had lifespan Gu. But land spirit of Langya did not need it. Using wisdom Gu requires the Gu immortal's lifespan. But raising wisdom Gu requires lifespan Gu. For now, it is better to let land spirit of Langya feed it. Fang Yuan did not need to probe the land spirit of Langya's scheme, he could vaguely guess it. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan did not have lifespan Gu, he could not feed it. Moreover, he could not even protect himself. Gu immortal's tribulations got harder each time, the calamities and tribulations got stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity, he had no time to care about wisdom Gu. Ever since wisdom Gu was brought out, Fang Yuan had not fed it even once. Speaking of which, land spirit of Langya could be said to have helped Fang Yuan. Taking a step back, even if wisdom Gu joins land spirit of Langya, it is a good thing. I can also use my current identity and borrow land spirit of Langya's methods to use wisdom Gu. At most I will have to pay some sect contribution points. All Gu worms were tools. All of his hard work was towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much, there was nothing he could not give up. This experiment on wisdom Gu ended in failure. But Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Before leaving, he asked for something from land spirit of Langya. It was an information path mortal Gu, inside it was the scene of him refining change form immortal Gu. The Gu refinement this time was extremely strange, the calamities and tribulations suddenly became so strong. It was a fluke that I could succeed. Fang Yuan, you have to tell me what you research. Land spirit of Langya instructed Fang Yuan before they parted. First Supreme Elder, even you did not research anything, it is even more impossible for me. I will try my best. Fang Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that the strange increase in the calamities and tribulations was related to sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But he would not tell land spirit of Langya about this even if he was beaten to death. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal, he wanted to investigate Langya sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Fang Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Langya blessed land, they were both hairy man Gu immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Langya blessed land, these 2 hairy man Gu immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Langya sect? The answer to this question was very important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on land spirit of Langya to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal Gu house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation, it could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Langia liked extravagance, he was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Langia, it was his residence. The rest of the hairy man Gu immortals, including the land spirit of Langia himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future, there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Langia's plan was to start a war between the 3 continents and choose outstanding hairy man Gu masters, moving them to cloud cover continent and nurturing them. Fang Yuan flew to the sky of the cloud city and slowly descended. Several hairy man Gu masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man Gu masters, they were chosen by the land spirit of Langia and were arranged to stay by Fang Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fang Yuan's life, on the other hand, it was to let Fang Yuan guide their cultivation. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man Gu master respectfully reported to Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord had come to visit Fang Yuan. He had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The 6th city lord was Gu Immortal's 6th heir, he was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan was puzzled, he came to the guest hall and saw this Gu Immortal's 6th heir. I am 6th heir, greetings to the 2nd city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Gu Immortal's 6th heir greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although 6th heir said this, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, it was a different story. Fang Yuan, I am representing Lord Ing Wuxia to make a transaction with you. Ing Wuxia. Shadow sect. 6th heir was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect, I can't ask for guidance, we can spar. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked 6th heir to sit down, he walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. 6th heir is the traitor, is he the only traitor in Langia blessed land? He is representing Ing Wuxia to make a transaction with me, what does he want to do? What is the situation with Ing Wuxia? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langia? After all, I joined Langia sect because of the Information Path Alliance agreement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. He Lulan was a formidable person, she was not easy to control, but with the death of her aunts, the difficulty of controlling her was much lower. She has the great strength true martial physique, if used well, she would be a great pawn. And Tai Bai Yunsheng is a good person, even though he is indecisive, he has 2-time path immortal Gu that can help him a lot. But they were both controlled by Ing Wuxia, what a pity. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate was truly mysterious. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, he and Ing Wuxia had swapped positions. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus Gu, while Ing Wuxia inherited most of his accumulations. He could use He Lulan to control Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ing Wuxia was one of spectral souls split souls, he had extraordinary methods to control these two. Ing Wuxia obtained my immortal Gu and the help of Black and White. This time, he took the initiative to make a deal with me, I will make him pay a terrible price. Fang Yuan swore internally. But next, after 6th heir exposed his weakness, he changed the topic. Before the deal, let me express my sincerity. Take it as me giving you a piece of information for free. This information is extremely precious, it concerns your future cultivation, Fang Yuan, or more accurately, it concerns your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying with an unfriendly expression, whether information is precious or not depends on your bragging. I want to know the content and evaluate it myself. Fang Yuan, do you know what providence is? Sixth Hair asked. Providence? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Sixth Hair observed his expression and nodded, saying, You have indeed forgotten a lot, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Sixth Hair said, You once relied on Providence's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ing Wuxia, disguising yourself as a pure dream reality seeker physique body and snatching sovereign immortal fetus goo. But you do not know that this 11th extreme physique was developed by Old Man Inkstone. It has a huge flaw. Any soul that enters the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose all their memories. Later, even though Old Man Inkstone tried to fix the flaw, he could only eliminate the flaw of deep sleep. The soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique body would still lose its memories. The longer time passes, the more they will forget. Precisely because of this, Lord Ing Wuxia lost his memories and could only remember the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying so, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal goo. He rubbed the goo worm with his finger, sighing internally. This goo worm did not have much value to him. But to Fang Yuan, it was extremely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he give this goo worm to Fang Yuan? In Ing Wuxia's original plan, he wanted to use this flaw of Fang Yuan's to deal with Fang Yuan. But to think that there would be a moment where they would take the initiative to fix this flaw of Fang Yuan's. This letter goo records the entire battle of Tian Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it. There was no problem. He activated the goo worm and the scenes of Tian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was missing many crucial memories. No wonder I felt something amiss but could not find anything. So I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. If one lost their memories completely, they would not be able to sense it if they were alone. If they felt like they had forgotten something, it was not complete, they could still recall it. However, the information path mortal goo gave Fang Yuan a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not eliminate the possibility that the other party was lying. After inspecting it 3 times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how do I know if what is recorded here is real or fake? Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the difficult part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia had deep hatred towards each other. They were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. They could not be trusted. How to express their sincerity and make the other party trust them was the most difficult part. If this problem was solved, then this transaction would be easy to complete. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, thoughts flashed in his mind. He was considering his words. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan could kill without batting an eyelid. If he said the wrong thing, he might die, but Ing Wuxia had the heavy responsibility of saving his main body. He could not afford to fail. After a long while, Sixth Hair spoke, Fang Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada, you have been reborn, everyone knows this. But the truth is, you have even more secrets that outsiders like us know about. Providence is vast and omnipresent, it covers the 5 regions and 9 heavens, past, present, and future. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. Human Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. The two are opposites, they contradict each other. Thus, all the past venerables, all the legends, are targets of Providence's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan goo, they are Providence's 2 trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have undergone 2 tribulations, once was the earthly calamity, once was the immortal goo's tribulation. The power of the 2 calamities and tribulations is beyond common sense. It is because you used sovereign immortal fetus goo to revive. Your new body and immortal aperture have endless potential. Once you grow up, you will definitely surpass the past venerables. Thus, Providence is very wary of you, it is trying to restrict you and kill you in advance. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Ever since the tribulation, he had been thinking about this question. But now, Sixth Hair suddenly provided him with an answer. Providence. Fang Yuan muttered, pondering over this word. Sixth Hair sighed deeply, continuing, my main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, and refined the sovereign immortal fetus. I planned for 100,000 years, but I failed in the end. This was also the work of Providence. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, there were also people who surrounded me. The celestial court led by heaven overseeing Tower Lord was one of them. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden killer of the human tribulation. What do you mean? Fang Yuan squinted, bright light flashed in his eyes. His interest was piqued, he could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's following words would bring about an earth-shattering change to him. Sixth Hair hesitated. Earlier, Feng Jioga and the other Central Continent Gu immortals entered Northern Plains to investigate. Later, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's group attacked Northern Plains and destroyed it. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Wuxia are bound together. If Lord Wuxia dies, your good days will also come to an end. Sixth Hair's eloquence was unrestrained, he spoke with fervor and assurance. Moreover, he had a clear hierarchy of reasons and evidence. He understood the other party's emotions and moved them with reason. Fang Yuan was moved, he blurted out, you are right, this is true insight. I think, we can make a deal. Sixth Hair was overjoyed, he thought, this matter is a success. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. Recently, he had been under a lot of pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan was able to pass the tribulation and refine change form Immortal Gu instead. No matter what he did or what his motive was, the result was clear. He had sinned. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Thus, he had to make amends for his sins. This time, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to persuade Fang Yuan. It was Wuxia's intention, and it was also what he, Sixth Hair, was willing to do. Now, it seemed that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Wuxia's only way out. Sixth Hair used his own strength to pave this path of survival for Wuxia. Immortal zombie bodies can also be considered immortal materials, but they must not contain an immortal aperture. It is too difficult for Gu immortals to teleport across regions. There are a few methods that cannot be replicated. Fixed immortal travel is one example, but immortal Gu are unique. Not everyone can enter an immortal aperture. Stargate Gu is another example, but it has greater limitations. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate Gu. Fang Yuan had used it many times, and even gave the Gu recipe to the land spirit of Langia. It was not strange for Shadow Sect to know about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate Gu, they had high requirements for the Gu immortal being transported. The Gu immortal had to have very few Dao marks to be transported. Especially Stargate Gu, it was only immortal Gu, even though it borrowed the power of Black Heaven. Only bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortals or rank 6 Gu immortals who had passed several calamities and tribulations could use it. Of course, the things in the Gu immortals' immortal aperture were not counted because they were in another world. Thus, back then, when Fang Yuan stored rank 9 wisdom goo in his dead aperture, he could use Stargate goo to move between regions. Using low-level goo immortals or immortal zombies as boats, using fixed immortal travel and Stargate goo to transport them across regions? This method was very feasible. But it could not be popularized. There was only one fixed immortal travel, and the Stargate goo was only in the hands of a few people. Moreover, rank 8 goo immortals had too many high-rank immortal materials and immortal goo. It was a huge burden on their immortal aperture. A living immortal aperture would burst, a dead immortal aperture would collapse, it could not be transported many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed all the high-rank immortal materials he obtained in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. Blessed lands that were located in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 goo immortals had their own method to travel between regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Like earlier, when Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord led a group of people to attack southern border and spoil Shadow Sect's plan, they traveled in White Heaven. Chapter 1085. There had never been a good method to transport goo immortals across regions. I want you to take me to read a book, W less than W. 1. Because goo immortals had little need in this aspect. When goo masters become immortals, because of the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions, they would become goo immortals of each region. For example, Northern Plains goo immortals, Central Continents goo immortals and so on. Goo immortals had a strong sense of region, foreign goo immortals were easily ostracized. Towards the end of the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were chased by southern border goo immortals, this could be seen. In this regard, East Ocean was relatively open-minded. The concept of region was not important, the most important thing was that the goo immortals' immortal aperture would land in the outside world once in a while and absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize itself. At this time, there were strict requirements for the chi of heaven and earth. If Northern Plains goo immortals placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent's world and absorbed Central Continent's heaven and earth chi, it would be detrimental. The third reason was the calamity. Goo immortals faced calamities and tribulations constantly, who would have the time to run around? What was he doing in the outer realms? Unless it was an extremely important matter, like a great immortal opportunity with a clear clue, or an important mission like Feng Jioga's exploration of Northern Plains. There was one thing that needed to be distinguished. Goo immortals traveling across regions had little demand, but immortal goo and immortal materials were different. The demand in this area was still very high. However, jewel yellow skies had already greatly satisfied these needs. All sorts of reasons led to very few people researching the transportation of goo immortals across regions. In history, there were no outstanding research achievements. The super goo formations that Zombie Alliance set up in the various divisions were only used to transport immortal materials. Who would want to research something that was not very useful and thankless? Goo immortals also faced great pressure to survive. Although it had the word immortal in it, it wasn't exactly carefree and easy. Managing the immortal aperture, raising immortal goo, and dealing with heavenly tribulations were enough to make almost all goo immortals exhausted. Thus, from ancient times until now, the transportation of goo immortals across regions was very primitive, it developed very slowly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent sent goo immortals to Northern Plains to investigate, but they had to forcefully barge through the regional walls of 2 regions. 4 to 500 years later, there would be no need to research the transportation of goo immortals across regions. Because the 5 regional walls were slowly disappearing. The entire 5 regions would become one. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a burst of hearty laughter. After probing for so long, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this transaction. To have a clearer understanding of the book I want to read. Fang Yuan, what are you laughing at? Sixth Hair had a bad feeling about this. Because I'm happy. Even though the super goo formation could only transport immortal materials, it was enough. As for intelligence, he would put it aside for now. The condition I want is my original physical body. Give him to me first, Fang Yuan said quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan regained his fleshly body, he would be able to fuse it with his soul. By activating the light of wisdom, he would be able to borrow a trace of wisdom goo's power. Chapter 1086. A pool of soul water was dark and gloomy, there were countless ripples on its surface. Wuxia's eyes were wide open, ghost fire burned in his eyes as he observed the surface of the soul water. In his vision, there was a scene that others could not see. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with regret and shame. Lord, I have committed a grave sin. During Fang Yuan's tribulation, if I had not used it. I said, this is not your fault. Speaking of which, I used my trump card to increase my luck, allowing Fang Yuan to take advantage of me. Wuxia's voice was transmitted to Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method that Sixth Hair and Wuxia used to communicate. It was a soul path power, but it had the effect of information path, it was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by two regional walls, as well as Langya Blessed Land. Not only could they communicate in real time, they could also block the senses of land spirit of Langya. Right now, Wuxia was no longer in Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie body. But because this body was old, its immortal aperture was already destroyed, Wuxia only obtained a pure physical body. It was not like the previous Fang Yuan body, which had an aperture and an immortal aperture. This way, it was not convenient for Wuxia to use goo. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they could only live in his skin, blood, flesh, bones and other parts. Not only would their aura leak, enemies could easily detect them, it was also very unsafe. When the physical body was attacked, goo worms would also suffer. Goo worms were very fragile. Wuxia's transaction with Fang Yuan could be said to be a huge loss, but right now, his expression was calm. Instead, he encouraged Sixth Hair, you did a good job this time. Throughout the transaction, you showed weakness to Fang Yuan, very good. Especially the fainting at the end, if not for your efforts, would not have obtained the immortal material I wanted. Sixth Hair sighed, I purposely fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not attack me. Since he knows our background, he will naturally be very cautious. Moreover, we have already transacted many times. Both sides have something on us, and he's also afraid that we'll report him to the land spirit of Langya, Wuxia said. This time, he was in a hopeless situation. After thinking it over, he realized that Fang Yuan was the only way out. There was no other way. Before he decided to trade with Fang Yuan, he had already prepared himself mentally. The list of immortal materials that he gave to Fang Yuan was exaggerated in content, and the number was expanded, hiding the immortal materials that he truly wanted. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He struggled in a hopeless situation and found a slim chance of survival. As long as he could overcome this obstacle, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Forget about the other immortal goo, the crucial thing is that not only did Fang Yuan regain his body, he even obtained the spring-autumn cicada. Isn't his current foundation too great? Sixth Hair was still very worried. Wuxia snorted coldly, even if Fang Yuan got his body, would he dare to use it? The spring and autumn cicada did not have to worry about it either. It had already been sealed and was about to starve to death. Even if Fang Yuan got rid of this problem, spring and autumn cicada itself has a chance of failure. It also contains providence, he will not be able to use it for a long time. Furthermore, the attention of the celestial court's Gu immortals will also be drawn there. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the worry on his face lessened by a lot. He nodded repeatedly, Lord is right. Wuxia heaved a long sigh. Next, you still need to monitor Fang Yuan. Chapter 1087. A few days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures tore through the sky and landed suddenly. This place is very barren, it is suitable for us to spar. The first figure looked around and said leisurely. What Brother Fang said is absolutely correct. The second figure was a hairy man Gu immortal, he was called 12th Hair, he spoke in a friendly manner and had a cheerful expression. Compared to the other hairy man Gu immortals in Langya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he cultivated refinement path as well as enslavement path. He cultivated refinement path and enslavement path together. Gu immortals dual cultivating was not easy, because almost all Gu immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they undergo immortal ascension, they would use a Gu worm to detonate their immortal aperture, and their main path would be fixed at that moment. After that, when they undergo tribulations, the Dao marks gained would mostly be of their main path. But in this world, there were many Gu immortals who dual cultivated rank 6 or 7. They cultivated one path while cultivating another path. Such Gu immortals often had fortuitous encounters and had immortal Gu that were suitable for dual cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength immortal Gu could devour Strength Path immortal materials to gain Strength Path Dao marks. Gu immortals of other paths could cultivate Strength Path after obtaining it. 12th Hair was no exception. When he was refining Gu in his early years, because of an accident, he obtained a new incomplete Gu from failure. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Dao marks to his body. This way, he was quite special among all the hairy man Gu immortals. The previous land spirit of Langya had taken care of him. Even though refinement path and enslavement path had little relation to each other, he encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating them. Because 12th Hair had enslavement path Dao marks, it would be very helpful in refining enslavement path immortal Gu in the future. The current land spirit of Langya looked at him in a new light. But what was important was his battle strength. 12th Hair had enslavement path cultivation, this was a good foundation. The land spirit of Langya gave him beast enslavement immortal Gu, intending to nurture him into an enslavement path battle strength expert among the hairy man Gu immortals. A new ruler brought his own subordinates, but 12th Hair was even more popular, he was the favorite of the current land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan said to these hairy men. It wasn't clear at first. However, after the secret trade with Wuxia, he had obtained quite a lot of information regarding Langya blessed land. Although this information was not very valuable, it was still very valuable to Fang Yuan. However, it was of great help to him, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the Langya sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both landed on the ground. The ground of cloud cover continent was formed from condensed cloud soil and was pure white. When Zhang Xian stepped on it, it felt somewhat soft. It felt quite different from ordinary soil. Brother 12th, please. Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Brother Fang, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come out, chestnut yak. 12th Hair laughed loudly. He did a somersault in the air, and then knelt on the ground. He slammed his palms on the ground. This posture was like performing a juggling act before suddenly kneeling down and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Gu immortals paid attention to their demeanor, human goo immortals would definitely think of ways to avoid such a shameful thing. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the four legs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big, like a brown broom. Without a doubt. This giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hair's previous performance. It's just Fang Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many goo immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. It could be eaten raw, just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Fang Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast-level dragonfish. You finally used it. 12th Hair was overjoyed. He pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Chestnut yak, charge!" Moo! The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hair's face was filled with awkwardness, as if he was holding back his anger. He ordered again, "Charge, charge, charge, you stupid bull!" The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Fang Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal goo flew up first. Next, all kinds of mortal supplementary goo worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal goo. Immortal transformation path killer move, flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hair to close his eyes. 12th Hair quickly activated his investigative goo. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hair could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. Bam! The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time, the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur, as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Fang Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hair saw this and angrily scolded, "You cowardly yak, you are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me." He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th Hair again. It turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Langya. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for goo refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Langya blessed land had all died. Thus, 12th Hair first used this chestnut yak to practice. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Fang Yuan and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th Hair tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not Gu immortals. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Fang Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time, I've lost again. Brother Fang is really amazing. 12th Hair tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Fang Yuan. He had sparred with Fang Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times, he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th Hair nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal Gu is not mine, I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine Gu and try to sell more immortal Yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hair put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. Alright, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hair's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days. Not only was he sparring with 12th Hair, he was also sparring with other hairy man Gu immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fang Yuan and 6th Hair made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th Hair repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yunqing guarded by Fang Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fang Yuan joined Langya sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man Gu immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful, hairy men were a branch of the variant humans, they had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fang Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man Gu immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th Hair suddenly take the initiative to visit Fang Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hair intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man Gu immortals that he was looking for Fang Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack and this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength. He wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human Gu immortal Fang Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, 6th Hair even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man Gu immortals, defeating them one by one. 6th Hair was a traitor of Langya sect, he was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man Gu immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Langya had heard of it, he affirmed 6th Hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man Gu immortals. He also sought guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, hairy man Gu immortals had very low battle strength, this had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Langya. Ordinary immortal killer moves need at least several years of planning. And Langya sect has a large number of immortal Gu recipes, among which are transformation path immortal Gu recipes. They have many immortal Gu recipes but few immortal killer moves. Hairy Man Gu immortals mainly cultivate refinement path while also cultivating transformation path. They can make use of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Hairy Man Gu immortals are simple and honest. Raising their battle strength is not something that can be done in a day. If they transform into desolate beasts, they have thick skin and flesh. Even if they make a few mistakes in battle, it is not a problem. They can turn the situation around and fight again. They are not like other paths like fire path and water path, where the human body is extremely fragile and has no defensive methods. It is very dangerous on the battlefield. Transformation path immortal Gu recipes are easy to deduce, immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus immortal Gu are also easy to refine. Chapter 1089. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Land Spirit of Langia nodded repeatedly. That's right, he praised. I wouldn't dare. This is just my humble opinion. Fang Yuan was modest. Land Spirit was naive, he did not understand Fang Yuan's modesty. He shook his head and retorted, no, this is not a humble opinion, it is an insightful opinion. Your words are a great inspiration to me and also a great contribution to Langya sect. Originally, according to Langya sect's rules, just this contribution would raise your status by 1 level. For example, 6th hair would be promoted to 5th hair. But you are not a true Hairy Man Gu immortal yet, so you can only get 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan and sighed in regret. Fang Yuan's face also showed an extremely regretful expression. He was only an external elder now, he did not need to do any missions, he would get 10 sect contribution points every month. But the other Hairy Man Gu immortals had good roots, they would get much more in this aspect every month. Moreover, the higher the rank of the Hairy Man Gu immortal, the more sect contribution points they would get every month. I really want to become a true Hairy Man. Fang Yuan sighed, his face was filled with sincerity, as if he really wanted to. Land Spirit of Langya said, it is a pity that Jewel Yellow Skies is closed now. Once it reopens, I will conduct a large-scale purchase of desolate beasts in the market. Regarding this, I also have a humble opinion. Fang Yuan quickly said, there are many Hairy Man Gu immortals, to nurture them, no matter how big our sect is, we cannot afford such expenditure. This is not the orthodox way of doing business. I suggest we create our own resources. Oh? How do we create our own resources? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fang Yuan answered, very simple, we will occupy the resources of the 5 regions outside world like other super forces. Land Spirit of Langya showed a difficult expression. He had this idea before. He had carefully considered the pros and cons, he felt it was not a good idea. The reason was very clear, the hairy men were variant humans, in the current situation, they could not be seen. Even though there were variant human forces in northern plains. The most obvious example was the Inkman city. But this Inkman city only had 1 Inkman Gu immortal on the surface. Moreover, in history, Inkman city's ancestor, Immortal Yen Yen, also paid a heavy price. Only then did he reach an agreement with the giant Sun Immortal. Due to these 2 factors, Inkman City managed to survive in the cracks of countless powerful human forces. 1. If such a hairy man force appeared, and so many hairy man Gu immortals appeared, it would definitely challenge the mental state of the current human Gu immortals. This was a huge violation of their bottom line. Whether it was the righteous Tao, demonic Tao, or loose immortal forces, none of them would allow such a powerful force to exist. Although the Land Spirit of Langya was simple, it was not stupid. Even though he wholeheartedly wanted the hairy men to rule the world, he could still see the current situation clearly. But Fang Yuan had already expected such a reaction from the Land Spirit of Langya. He continued, First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting Langya sect to compete with other human forces for the outside world's resources. Instead, we will occupy the resources that they do not have and continue to develop in secret. Land Spirit of Langia realized, you are talking about those dangerous forbidden areas? Northern Plains was vast, but the super forces had already divided up those cultivation resources. The remaining ones were mainly the 10 great fierce lands. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up. He had an expression of admiration. Although the 10 great fierce lands are dangerous, they also contain abundant fortuitous encounters. In my opinion, Earth Trench is very good. We can set up a teleportation goo formation inside, allowing the hairy man goo immortals to freely travel between the Blessed Land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. It is suitable for the hairy man goo immortals to train in combat. Moreover, after killing these desolate beasts, we can use the local materials to refine transformation path immortal goo. We can even use beast enslavement immortal goo to enslave these desolate beasts. We can make use of them and strengthen the Blessed Land's defenses. One of the crucial points in this matter was the teleportation goo formation. Specifically speaking, it was a goo formation that could teleport goo immortals. Langia sect undoubtedly had such a method. Because Fang Yuan had rushed over from southern border earlier. He had used the teleportation goo formation under Feng Bo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and arrive at Langia Blessed Land. That teleportation goo formation had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langia fell into deep thought. This is an important matter, let me think about it. I am just saying, it is an important matter in the sect. Of course, it is up to you, First Supreme Elder, to make the decision. If my suggestion is wrong, I hope First Supreme Elder can forgive me. Fang Yuan knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he changed the topic to the flowing light fruits. After a while, he took away a large number of flowing light fruits from Land Spirit of Langia's hands. After bidding farewell to the Land Spirit, he returned to his cloud city and the first thing he did was to deal with these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure lumps of light. If an ordinary person used their hands to hold them, the light would only pass through their hands. They had to use special methods to collect these fruits. These fruits were not like ordinary fruits that grew on plants, but were formed purely from dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of all colors, so flowing light fruits were the same. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple and so on. Flowing light fruits were the fodder of attitude goo. The reason why Fang Yuan wanted flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transaction, the number of immortal goo in Fang Yuan's hands had increased sharply, reaching an astonishing level. Let's make a calculation. Rank 9 Immortal Goo, Wisdom Goo. Rank 8 Immortal Goo, Attitude Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo, Change Soul Goo, Sword Eyebrows Goo, Wave Sword Goo, Sword Escape Goo, Calamity Beckoning Goo. The feeding of Rank 8 Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo has already been arranged. Next is the Rank 7 Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, and Calamity Beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Goo with the black blood of the six-headed snake. The six-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 snake heads. Fang Yuan had once purchased snake bones from Jewel Yellow Skies, but now, for the long term, he planned to move several desolate beast snakes into his immortal aperture to reproduce. As for the other Rank 7s, they all had their own feeding plans. Fang Yuan needed to arrange and plan them well. Of course, Fang Yuan did not forget that Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. He would leave it to Chu Du to feed. In any case, Chu Du was concerned about Fang Yuan's tribulation method. How could he starve flying sword Immortal Gu? That is Zombie Alliance's final territory. There are rumors that a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of the Righteous Path deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had directly sunk into Earth Trench and disappeared. The Land Spirit of Langya replied. So that's it. Fang Yuan had a look of realization. In that case, Earth Trench is a dangerous area. It seems that my earlier suggestion cannot be implemented. While saying this, Fang Yuan thought inwardly, it seems that even though Shadow Sect purposely sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they did leave behind some backup plans. For example, Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. According to Shadow Sect's methods, since they could sink Dark Flow Giant City into Earth Trench, they must have hidden it very well. It will be very difficult for Northern Plains Gu Immortals to find it. They might even return empty-handed. The Land Spirit of Langya continued, the situation in Earth Trench is too complicated, we will not interfere. But your suggestion is very good, I have already decided to adopt it. The current location is also one of the 10 great fierce areas, that is it. Saying this, the Land Spirit of Langya pointed at a corner of the map. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the furry finger of the Land Spirit of Langya was pointing at the lower right corner of Northern Plains. It was at the southeast of the Super Force Guan tribe, and at the northwest of the Huang Jin tribe, Lu tribe. Fang Yuan saw that his expression did not change and was secretly happy. It is here. Chapter 1093. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan was already far away from Dragon Elephant Plain. There was a large patch of white clouds ahead. Fang Yuan's speed subconsciously slowed down. He was paying more attention to the white clouds now. The last time he was in southern border, he had encountered those annoying cloud beasts. He had learned from his mistakes. Fang Yuan was very vigilant towards any large patch of white clouds. After inspecting for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. There was no problem with this patch of white clouds. He flew into the cloud. His vision was immediately shrouded by a vast expanse of white clouds. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan had other investigative methods. Be it hearing, sound waves, or divine sense, they could allow him to fly freely in the white clouds. He would not be flying around like a headless fly. At Gu Immortal level, mortals had countless methods, they had almost everything. Fang Yuan's speed fell, he stopped all his movement methods. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he mobilized the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of blood path mortal Gu moved like the wind, creating a blood-red whirlwind in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the core immortal Gu flew up. Rank 6 blood asset immortal Gu. It was like the arrival of a monarch, it had an extraordinary aura. The other mortal Gu were supplementary. In an instant, an immortal killer move was prepared for Fang Yuan, Blood Torrent. Blood light burst out of Fang Yuan's body, it quickly liquefied and turned into surging blood water. The blood water carried Fang Yuan as it tore through the sky, rapidly moving forward. It was extremely fast. It was a completely different concept from before. Fang Yuan wanted to leave Dragon Elephant Plain earlier, that was the territory of Righteous Path super forces. Thus, he did not use immortal killer moves. Because most immortal killer moves would leak out a strong aura, it would attract attention. On the way out of Dragon Elephant Plain, Fang Yuan had been using all sorts of mortal killer moves. Now that he was far from Dragon Elephant Plain, he could finally use immortal killer moves. His speed rose as he moved rapidly. A long red trail was left behind. It was pulled out. But it was covered by thick clouds. It could not be seen in the outside world. This was the benefit of flying in the clouds. If there were no clouds, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. It was too ostentatious to fly in the air. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had directly penetrated through this vast cloud layer. He had already traversed a distance of several thousand miles. Once they were out of the clouds, Fang Yuan deactivated Blood Current. During this period of time, the Blood Dao Fiend immortals in the 5 regions could not be seen. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Everyone in the Blood Path wanted to beat him up. They were like street rats. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble because of Blood Path. Especially since Providence was still watching him closely. Unless I modify Blood Torrent so that no one can recognize it. A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, Blood Torrent. He had already improved it once more. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan continued to practice Blood Path and Strength Path killer moves. One day, during practice, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration and modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when Blood Torrent was activated, hundreds of mortal goo would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around him like a huge ring. After the modification, these mortal goo were flying around in the immortal aperture. Even though this was a small modification, it made up for a huge flaw. Flying around a goo immortal could easily be attacked and destroyed by others, but it was very safe inside the immortal aperture. Just based on this point, the improvement was not small. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly stored Sword Escape Immortal Goo, his aura vanishing. Dragon Centipede was confused, but its attention was still there. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey that could conceal their aura. Fang Yuan's body shook, countless figures appeared. Combination of Enslavement and Strength Path, Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. In the previous transactions, Fang Yuan obtained many Strength Path Immortal Goo, his strongest killer move was back. Even though he did not have Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan used other mortal goo to replace it. Myriad Self's battle power had fallen by a lot, but it was still very useful to confuse the enemy. Countless Fang Yuan scattered, they were like a large group of fish in the deep sea that encountered a whale shark, escaping in all directions. Dragon Centipede was even more confused, its speed paused for a moment. Next, its 7-li-long body lashed out like a whip. Bam bam bam. Countless Fang Yuan Strength Path figures dissipated. The horned 6-winged Pegasus also destroyed many Fang Yuan's phantoms along the way, escaping quickly. Dragon Centipede saw that the Pegasus was about to escape, it focused its attention on it again. The two chased, quickly flying out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His true body had already descended to a low altitude. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms disintegrated on their own. Go! Fang Yuan used Sword Escape again, flying into the sky and leaving. Chapter 1094. Fang Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When he saw the thick clouds, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Along the way, he passed through several dangerous areas. There were lone Cultivator Gu Immortals or super forces. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Gu openly, he used Mortal Killer moves instead. His strategy was correct. After the incident with the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, there were no other incidents. Providence needed time to make arrangements. On the other hand, Providence's influence on other lifeforms was limited. Like when it affected the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, Providence could not directly order the dragon centipede or Pegasus to attack Fang Yuan. Providence's influence was mainly based on the situation. Fang Yuan was very fast, Providence could not make arrangements. But Providence could still think and scheme. This was mainly due to star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to Shadow Sect's information, Providence was much easier to deal with before star constellation Immortal Venerable. But after her, Providence became very crafty. Thus, Fang Yuan's route was not a straight line. He moved forward in a zigzag manner. If he moved in a straight line, Providence could easily deduce his route and make arrangements along the way, waiting for Fang Yuan to enter. In fact, Providence could even deduce Fang Yuan's true destination, Tai Chiu, and set up arrangements there. That was too dangerous. Not only could Fang Yuan's sect mission not be completed, his own life would also be in danger. However, as Fang Yuan moved forward like this, he could not move. Providence could not stop him in time. Of course, Fang Yuan would not purposely turn back. If Providence's arrangements were formed behind him. When it formed behind him, he had already flown away. It would be foolish to charge in now. This way, the distance was already very far, but now, it was several times longer. But overall, Fang Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, Tai Chiu slowly entered his vision from the horizon. Tai Chiu was in sight. A vast expanse of ordinary weeds formed a huge yellow plain. The appearance of Tai Chiu. It was like a dense green forest with towering jade towers and buildings. On this yellow plain, it was extremely eye-catching. As Fang Yuan got closer, the dense green of Tai Chiu continued to spread on the horizon, expanding in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It was like a pool of beauty being rapidly painted on rice paper. Finally, Tai Chiu covered the entire horizon and covered Fang Yuan's entire field of vision. A vast amount of giant grass covered this piece of land, and the shadows of beasts could be seen everywhere. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf reverberated through the air from time to time. It was a vast and desolate scene. At this moment, Fang Yuan was no longer hiding anything from Providence. It was already useless. He slowed down and stopped using the Immortal Gu, directly entering Tai Chiu. Compared to the giant grass, he was short and small. Compared to the entire Tai Chiu, it was like being in a palace. A mosquito flew in. The dense giant grass blotted out the sky. The entire Tai Chiu. Not only did it hide many fierce beasts and plants. There was some commotion ahead, it seemed like a terrifying beast tide was about to happen. Fang Yuan snickered, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal one's aura and prevent deductions, to a certain extent, it could hide from Providence. Change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, fusing into Tai Chiu. The commotion ahead was chaotic for a while before dissipating. If Providence had emotions, it would be shocked and furious now. Desolate beast black blood wolves. And this scale, there are at least 30 of them. A small desolate beast wolf group. Even though there were few of them, they were carnivorous beasts. The territory of a wolf group was even larger. Fang Yuan did not need to observe closely, he only used mortal investigative methods and his hearing to obtain a lot of information. This was human intelligence. These desolate beast wolves might have immortal goo inside them, but they could not be used. Compared to goo immortals who had immortal goo, they were completely different. Fang Yuan thought, the first location is gone. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion corpse, or those desolate beasts and ancient desolate beast level Qi Grand Lions. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but 300,000 years later, this place is occupied by a small black blood wolf group. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he gave up on this place. First, there were two ancient desolate beasts fighting, the commotion was huge. Next, for some reason, three desolate beast groups were facing each other, they were restless, a huge battle was imminent. Coincidentally, these three desolate beast groups blocked Fang Yuan's path. These are all signs of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of my dark limit immortal goo has already weakened to this extent? Although Heavens Will couldn't pinpoint my exact location, it had already sensed the general area. Thus, it is preparing to create a beast tide in Taichou. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I still have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of snow monsters, both of them have providence. Even though they are restricted to my immortal aperture world, they are one with the outside world's providence, they seem to resonate with each other. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He had underestimated Providence's power. According to logic, any immortal aperture world, be it blessed land or grotto heaven, they were independent, they had nothing to do with the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Providence could not control these small worlds. But now, Fang Yuan knew. If small worlds also had providence, then they would be able to resonate with the outside world's providence, they would be able to work together from the inside and outside. By relying on Providence's cooperation and the weakening of dark limit immortal goo. Even though Providence could not find Fang Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide to find Fang Yuan and eliminate him mercilessly. True knowledge comes from practice. Or rather, Shadow Sect did not give me enough information on Providence. I cannot stay here for long. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately moved. He stretched his arms, jumping on giant grass, trying to avoid the beast groups in front of him and get away from the trap set by Providence. But heaven did not grant his wish. He was too late. The two ancient desolate beasts fought their way into the beast groups. Immediately, an earth-shattering chaotic battle ensued. The aftermath of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, causing even more chaos. After layers upon layers, a beast tide was formed that engulfed Fang Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were all in an extreme state of chaos. They lost their usual rationality, they listened to their survival instincts, they roared and screamed in their bodies. The prey actually dared to attack the hunter. Many of the beasts that usually lived together had fallen apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts ran in panic, forming a strong force. Other ferocious beasts were also involved in this force. Even if the fierce beasts did not want to be trapped, they had no choice now. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, forming an unstoppable force like a flood, engulfing everything. Anyone who dared to block this force, no matter how many desolate beasts or how strong the ancient desolate beasts were, would die on the spot. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was a small boat in a raging sea. He had no choice, he could only be trapped by the beast tide. charging forward. He had to continue his disguise. Once he was exposed, Providence would cause the surrounding beast tide to engulf him. By then, even if he had immortal essence and large numbers of immortal goo, he would die. After all, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan had transformation, attitude, and familiar face, he could not keep up the disguise. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power was weakening. At a certain point, Fang Yuan would be exposed under Providence. He could not expose himself, that would be courting death. He could not endure it, that would be waiting for death. Fang Yuan was in deep danger, he could not think of a way to resolve it.